Thank you all for joining us this morning to talk energy, Maine. We have a great program today. I did want to start with a thanks and recognition of all our sponsors, including WEX, Avangrid, Reed & Reed, Central Maine Power, Unitil, as well as our program sponsors, registration sponsors, and supporting sponsors. This would not be possible without them. I'm so pleased to welcome you all to the Maine State Chamber's Energy Summit for 2024. For those who I've had the opportunity to work with, energy has been such a fulfilling public policy work that I've been involved in with a lot of you in this room. As I reflect on where we are as a state, as a country, it's a period of tension. If you bear with me, one reflection that I've had in trying to learn some issues outside of energy has been housing, a huge crisis that we have in our state. And I've been reflecting on the urgency that occurs, and then at our leadership summit we had 4 or 5 mayors spoke about you have to be thoughtful. And there's this tension of being urgent on addressing a crisis but thoughtful in the implementation. And I think that's a lesson as we reflect on energy and climate now, that there's so much effort to go fast, to expand clean energy, to meet the climate's urgency, but for the commissions, the energy offices, the implementers, the utilities, that we can't lose sight that this has to be done thoughtfully. The tension of meeting clean energy, integrating renewables, but meeting our system resource adequacy requirements. The urgency of moving forward with opportunities in northern Maine for wind development, and also being thoughtful of how the RFP is constructed. I have found that one revelation, I think, is that for climate success, the best product of whether you're successful or not is whether other states replicate your work. And when I look at what Maine has done over decades, is that we have been a shining beacon in a lot of examples. Obviously the air source heat pump program has been one that is being highlighted nationally. And what are the additional templates that Maine can create when we think about designing a decarbonized system? One area that I think is particularly interesting is reflecting on Maine's energy challenges. We're very unique. You know, our heating oil consumption continue to have the highest amount of manufacturing load as a percentage of our total electric demand compared to the rest of New England. I've always thought that Maine has to get it right because we don't really have the opportunities to make many more mistakes. And as a result, you know, between the commission, the legislature, we really do need to have all these voices between energy-intensive manufacturing, the environmental community, the public advocate, to come together to be thoughtful in our policy design. One area that I think is particularly important and timely is looking at the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act. I think the dynamics that we see right now with interest rates environment, we're going to be hearing from Pedro Azaga, who's been on the front lines and thinking through deployment of renewables during a period of uncertainty, and what are the prospects when you look at deployment of offshore wind, deployment of renewables during a period of significant change. The other aspect, there's been a lot of interest in performance-based rate-making design. What does that mean? What's Maine's history? What are some lessons, and what are the best practices that we should apply? Fundamentally, when I look at where we are in the next decade, is we need to have a successful utility structure. Ultimately, if the utility is not successful in planning a distribution grid, in having high customer service, in having reliability, that is a huge enabling for our electrification goals. How can we create a partnership with our utilities going forward? Clearly, the electrification, if anybody is watching any dynamics right now in 2024, there's the buzzword of the year is artificial intelligence. And how does artificial intelligence apply to electric demand growth that we're seeing in the Southeast, Midwest? Is that really going to be the driver of electric load rather than electrification? We've certainly seen in Quebec, we see Hydro-Quebec here, industrial load growth occurring in some pockets of the country. But for New England, how does a shift to a winter peaking system integrate into our energy efficiency priorities, demand response? How do we plan for our long-term cold snaps for system adequacy and do it reliably? Finally, we have an outlook on our regional market reform. I've only been out of working as a state energy official for a year, and ISO New England has put forward one of the most significant proposals for market reform, looking at a prompt seasonal market, trying to meet the moment of a shift in electric demand in the winter, much lower demand in the seasons, and a different mix of resources, including storage, that may be able to meet those changing dynamics for system demand. Ultimately, this is the most exciting time that I've seen in energy policy. I think it's one of a huge opportunity for technology, and ultimately there's this tension of how do we ensure that we meet this moment. Every year is important, but we also create a foundation of success long term. We're working within a system that has a restructured market that has had a lot of benefits for consumers, but can that restructured market really be evolved to meet a decarbonization demands of the system? How do we ensure that the policymakers that are going to be with us at the hardest in the 2030s and the 2040s, that we've created a system that can integrate new technologies, work for ratepayers, but also have created the greenhouse gas emission reductions of this decade that are so critical. To lead us in our conversation, I'm so pleased to introduce Dan Burgess, who has been a colleague of mine for almost 5-6 years. We worked together in Massachusetts briefly. The thing that I'd say about Dan is his vision of what energy innovation, entrepreneurship can mean to the state. I think he's been focused on that. We're seeing that develop. We're seeing some grants come to the state of Maine. And ultimately, Maine is continuing to be a leader in heat pump adoption, seeing the mobile home grant that I know Efficiency Maine Trust has been working decades to have that nationally recognized is so appreciated. Please join me in welcoming Dan Burgess, who's going to be talking primarily about the Inflation Reduction Act implementation. Thank you, Dan.
Good morning. Can you all hear me okay? Great. Well, it is a real pleasure to be back at Maple Hill Farm with you all. Really want to thank the Chamber and Patrick for his leadership. And it's really exciting, former colleague and longtime collaborator, Patrick, so thanks for being here and for your leadership. It's certainly an exciting time in the energy space as you've teed up. And it's great to be here. So what I'm going to do, assuming my slides work, yes, great, is give a brief overview of where we've been, what policies we have in place, and where we're going. I'm going to make this larger. Putting me in charge of IT is not probably a good idea. Can I do that? All right, who's better at this than me? Just be a full screen view, right? Aha, okay. So I'm Dan Burgess. No, I'm kidding. We start over. So really appreciate, again, being here. I do want to note that, what I'm going to talk about doesn't happen just out of the Energy Office. It happens with partners like Efficiency Maine Trust, with Public Advocate Harwood, with legislators that'll be here today, with our utilities, with developers, with others. And so I'm going to give an overview, and I think folks will see themselves in this. I happened to be here right when I was starting this role 4 or 5 years ago, I guess now. I think the progress that's been made over the last 5 years is really remarkable. We have policies in place to achieve our goals, creating a cleaner, affordable, more resilient, equitable energy future that advances Maine's economy. And I think that part of the themes I'm going to talk about today is that we are in the implementation phase of this. Yes, we need to consider new policies. We need to be looking at, are there new things we need to be doing? But it's really about how are we implementing what we've put in place. And I think a large part of that is how are we deploying these technologies in a way which considers costs, which considers opportunities for the state and helps us meet our energy targets. 5 years ago, we've lived through a lot: pandemic, global unrest, storms that we've seen over the last few years. But I also think we're putting in place this nation-leading policy. So let's get into it. Maybe. Yes. So as Patrick talked about, and I think this room is well familiar with, Maine has a historic or a long history of being the most reliant on home heating oil. I've started with the most difficult to read chart for folks in the back, so sorry about that. But I'm going to read you a quote, and to get some folks talking this morning, I want you to see who can tell me who this is from. We must encourage more use of Maine-based energy resources like biomass and decrease our overdependence on imported oil to heat our homes. Governor Baldacci, close, but not right. Another guess?
McCurdy.
Also close, getting closer.
Angus King.
Also close. So this quote I read, let me just take everyone off the hook. 1979, Governor Brennan, during the oil embargo crisis of 79, 85% of Maine's homes were relying on home heating oil during that time. He set a goal then of reducing Maine's dependence on home heating oil by 50%. So this is a 40-plus year endeavor that Maine has been faced with. This chart, again, hard to read. The green represents oil and kerosene. So what you've seen is all the way to the left is 70%, and now we're closer to that 55, 56%. So Governor Brennan said that in 79. 2007, we set in place oil reduction targets and had emergency task forces with Governor Baldacci. Next governor announced the goal of reducing home heating oil from 80 to 40%. We are now, to my mind, making progress on this. Over the last 5 years, since 2018, Maine has seen our heating oil reliance reduced by 10%. That's up to 2022, 2023. We're going to continue to see that trend. And what you can see is that growth in electrification on the bottom. You can also see actually you can see growth in propane, and you can see a little bit of growth or some other categories continuing. But we are now beginning to make real progress on our heating reduction targets. So how are we doing this? Again, I want to give a lot of credit to other folks in the room or folks that have worked on this in the past. But when the governor came into office, she worked with the legislature to create policies, to create the Maine Climate Council, to create and set a goal related to heat pump adoption. As Patrick mentioned, we're getting, I think, well-deserved national attention for our heat pump deployment. We have over 100,000 heat pumps deployed. The governor set a goal of 100,000 heat pumps by 2025. We deployed that 2 years early, thanks in large part to Efficiency Maine and Maine Housing. And we have a new goal of 175,000 new heat pumps by 2027. We've got I saw Michael come in over 500 installers. Ian, I think could be closer to 600-700, right? Installers across the state that are installing these heat pumps. And then the Climate Council and now the legislature set a goal for weatherization at homes and businesses, and we're seeing progress on that as well, and being recognized nationally by folks like ACEEE. At the same time, we have similar challenges when it comes to clean transportation. It's our largest source of emissions, as this group knows. Director Pingree and GoPIF talked to you all about the Climate Council emission reduction targets. But we're making progress there too. Efficiency Maine, in partnership with DOT, GoPIF, our office, is installing charging stations across the state. You can see this map. I think this map is getting filled in even more as we go, but there's more than 1,000 public EV charging ports in Maine right now. So yes, we have more to do. I see a lot more EVs here than I did 5 years ago. We've got more to do here, but the charging backbone is being built out in Maine, thanks in large part to federal funds that we received through the NEVI program that's administered by DOT. Efficiency Maine is also offering rebates for individual EVs and looking towards businesses, fleets, and other entities. I will say we're looking at medium and heavy duty as an opportunity, and there's not that technology necessarily here in Maine at this moment, but we're seeing other states pilot that, and they're seeing federal opportunities there as well. So I couldn't come here. We talked about what's happening on the supply side. On the demand side. On the supply side, I had to steal ISO New England's charts. Thank you for your graphic designers for always having great charts for me to steal. This is, I think this group group knows, but what we've really seen over the last 20 plus years is a transition from coal and oil to over-reliance on natural gas. I don't think that's a surprise here. But what I do want to do is look towards the future, and you look at what is in the queue and what actually just cleared out of the last forward capacity market. It is all or predominantly offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, battery storage, and obviously new transmission is going to be important. I think there was one new fossil plant which cleared the forward capacity market auction, and that was a fuel cell plant in Connecticut. So you're seeing this transition in New England really move from this reliance on fossil fuels to a cleaner system. And how are we planning for that? That was what Stacy Fitz, you moderated the panel I was on, and you asked me, I remember you asked me about plans, and I did not have a great answer. So how are we planning for this future? Our office has produced dozens of reports related to storage, solar, offshore wind, transmission in northern Maine, and now we're undertaking and are kind of at the final stages of completing a pathways to 2040. We have consultants, Brattle and Evolved Energy, doing the modeling for us, really looking at how we get to 100% clean energy by 2040, and then really looking at how that's going to fit into our energy plan. It is going to build on the work that we've done, that is in the Climate Council, that is in these other plans, but we'll tie together really what does this look like in 2040. So we are, again, we've had a lot of public meetings and engagement on that. It's built on past work, but we're excited to move that forward. One of the things, as this group knows, is that Maine's Renewable Portfolio Standard is critical to us meeting our clean energy and climate objectives. We have an 80% RPS by 2030. We conducted a study a few years back looking at, okay, how are we doing? How are we going to get there? Showed that we needed to add 800 to 900 megawatts of new generation by 2030. And that transmission and resource diversity were going to be key. Competitive procurements were run. I'm sure that will be a topic today. Some of those have moved forward, some of them have not. And I think this is an example of needing to look at the policies that we put in place, the mechanisms that we put in place to achieve them, and then what refinements do we need to make. And I think what's clear is that we need to go out for additional clean energy procurements. We have an RPS study that will be coming out in a couple of weeks, which gets into this a little bit more. But I think what's, again, going to be clear is that we can't rest on the procurement work or other work that was done before. We need to add more clean energy resources to meet our RPS and also our climate goals. We put out yesterday in the procurement world, we put out a 200 megawatt energy storage draft for public comment. We are slated to, or required to, recommend to the Public Utilities Commission a draft procurement mechanism that they would go out for utility scale storage. So we put that out yesterday. Would appreciate, I know there's a panel on storage later today, but would appreciate comments from folks on that. That's due on the 31st. Obviously, this is focused on utility scale, and I think there's going to be conversations with the trust later and others about the opportunity for behind the meter and other technologies. Offshore wind. We continue to view this as a critical resource to meet our clean energy and climate targets, and also a really significant economic development opportunity. A year ago, we released our roadmap for how we're going to get there, which focused on establishing procurements, identifying a port, protecting Maine's interests and priorities, including ensuring collaboration with local and regional partners, and considering the existing ocean users. Since we've passed that report, we are making progress on this. We have the governor signed a 3,000 megawatt by 2040 procurement law. Just recently has identified a port in Searsport to deploy offshore wind, and we're working, feels like daily, but regularly with the other states on regional opportunities, whether it's transmission or energy procurement or port development. That's on the state side. On the federal side, we expect activity on the research array lease decision. We expect soon to hear areas for commercial development to take the next step, and they're slated to receive or to hold a competitive auction for lease areas in the Gulf of Maine by the end of this year. As Patrick well knows, this is really the beginning of the offshore wind commercial scale starting, right? We're gonna have lease areas, and then the states will work on procurements to develop those projects. Again, more in the planning space. How come we're not planning more? What are we planning for? Where's some of these plans? So the governor put forward, and then working with the legislature, and many of you in this room, legislation that requires grid planning by utilities every 5 years, looking at electrical demand, capacity, needs for investments, how the utilities are planning to meet our state emission reduction target goals in a stakeholder-driven public process that our commission has been holding. I know, I think there's real opportunity for this room and for others to be engaged in those conversations. I think we're excited to see what comes in from the utilities and to continue to work on and refine them. At the same time, our utilities, for the first time, I think, in Maine's history, every 3 years have to file climate change protection plans or climate change consideration plans. So we have lived through at least 4 storms in the last 4 months, right, including a couple of really significant ones. How are we working with our utilities to plan for more extreme weather, for storms, to look at what are we going to need in the future, and how are we doing that in a public way before the commission? Again, I put this in here. I don't think folks need any reminder about what we lived through, or even this kind of storm surges that we saw this weekend. But I think it was more than 1,000 poles broken, more like 1,200 poles broken, looking at some of the utilities, during that storm in December, followed on by January. So these are really significant events for our utilities, for Maine people, for Maine businesses, and we need to be working together to plan for them. Transitioning a little bit, our office is also really focused on growing Maine's clean energy economy. The governor set a goal of 30,000 clean energy jobs by 2030. This shows how we're doing. We are doing annual reporting using national level analyses and data. You can see the green bar is the growth percentage. We saw a dip during the pandemic, not surprising, right? But we have actually recovered among the fastest states in New England, I think thanks in large part to the policies which we've talked about. We now have over 15,000 clean energy workers, and we again saw 4% job growth over those last 2 years. So we're back to where we were prior to the pandemic, and there's, I think, good signs that will continue to grow. Our office is supporting, in coordination with the Department of Labor and DECD, a couple of different efforts I did want to highlight. We're working with 9 different entities on clean energy career opportunities. So working with the community colleges, the University of Maine, Labor, AGC, we have efficiency at the Town's Community Partners, really looking at how do we invest in workforce that's specifically targeted and focused on the clean energy sector. I think we are really excited about, as Patrick mentioned, some of the innovation work that's happening in our office and getting more people into this space. I will note that in the coming weeks, we're going to be launching a jobs board that is coming through the Clean Energy Partnership out of our office from Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan funding. So we're for those of you in the space, looking forward to having you post your jobs there to get good workers. On the innovation side, Patrick mentioned AI. We might have been listening to the same podcast on the way up, maybe. But in the same effort, we are funding clean energy specific innovation awards. So we made awards of about $1 million to the Rue Institute to put through, I believe, 40, or it's eligible to up to 40 different clean tech companies that could come through their incubator. The first, I think, clean tech focused incubator in the state. That would be a multi-year program, which they'll be starting this summer. We're excited about that, and we'll have a focus on data and big AI, or big data and AI, excuse me. We are working with CEI to develop advising programs and scaling for businesses looking to scale around weatherization, and then we're also doing some accelerator work with the Central Maine Growth Council and Deirdre Labs and Water. All right, so switching to the federal funding, I know that was kind of the top line of my talk, and I'm going to have the fewest slides on this. But I think this moment that we're in, as Patrick mentioned, is this between the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act are really kind of unprecedented opportunities for the state. Many of you worked during the Recovery Act in 2008. I was doing that as well in another state. This is a much more significant opportunity when you look at kind of not only the funds available to the states, but also the tax credit and tax opportunities. So what are we prioritizing in Maine right now? We were excited to have the Department of Energy in town to announce a $10 million program that Efficiency Maine applied for with the support of our office in Maine Housing to do heat pump retrofits in mobile and manufactured homes. That was a competitive program. We are also, we've received about half of a grid innovation and resilience program that will be $10 million coming through our office. I actually have a RFP out on the street right now for the first 4.4. Pending, things that we've applied for of note, or will be applying for, more than $70 million for heat pump and weatherization rebate programs focused on low and moderate income. $2.4 million to support building energy code deployment and training, $1.3 million for energy efficiency contractor training, almost $100 million for Solar for All programming from the EPA. This is a solar program focused on low income and disadvantaged households to increase their access to solar, really focused on developing and strengthening Maine's rooftop solar market. Plus, we are looking at regional GRIP or transmission proposals. We are partnering with the other states in New England, looking at things like offshore wind, looking at long duration storage, those types of opportunities that can be supported by the federal government, working with our utilities to look at how to use federal funds to advance our grid modernization goals, and then other competitive opportunities. A large part of our office's work lately has been looking at what's available and what's coming. My next call, the governor's, she signed an executive order requiring us to cooperate and work together across state government to bring as much of these funds to Maine. And so we meet regularly to talk about who's going for what and what the opportunities are. I'm going to end on this. What we're seeing, this is a chart from Canary Media, but it's really a quarterly report that comes out of MIT in coordination with the Rhodium Group. This is the chart of U.S. energy transition investments per quarter over the last since 2020. And so what you're seeing is that across the country, there are public and private investments going into this clean energy transition, breaking records every single quarter. A lot of this is in manufacturing. We're seeing that. We're seeing announcements around kind of batteries or automotive. There are also significant projects happening here in the state. Many of you have there are projects across the state that are hundreds of millions of dollars that have steel in the ground or are moving forward. That is not only helping our energy future, it's also powering our economy as well. You can see this picture is from Timber HP. Has anyone had a chance to go to Timber HP? So it's a plant in Madison, which is now turning wood products into things like wood fiber insulation. We had a ribbon, actually it wasn't a ribbon cutting, they cut a log, I believe, it was a saw cutting, which was great. But you have this old plant in Madison, Maine, which has been transformed, right? And I think if you think about Maine's opportunity, it is projects like this, it is projects that you all are building that are really going to help us deploy these technologies and move our policy forward. So that is my remarks for today. I really, welcome any questions that you have, and again, thank Patrick and the Chamber for having me. Thanks.
Let me see if we have some questions. I'll begin by just saying I was been sort of joking in energy circles that running an energy office has had some comparability to a video game where every year it sort of gets a little bit harder. Give a little context, Dan, of what kind of, what are the challenges you're seeing in implementation of all of this work? And, what are the real priorities that you look at when you see the state of Maine that if you had an extra day of the week to work on that you would want to dedicate more time to?
Thanks, Patrick. I think the good thing about the video game analogy is you also get better as you play more. So I think our team, as we grow, and bring on, I'm so proud of the people that have come to work both in kind of my office and the sister office of Policy Innovation in the Future. These are folks that are smart, committed, talented to advancing the future of Maine. That's one thing which I get excited about, is working with really smart and talented people. I will say that more hours in the week, I think, really comes down to implementation and how we're moving this forward. And really, what does it take to deploy? What does it take to implement? And I think you all, and many of you, are kind of seeing, or we are all seeing, the need to deepen community engagement, right? And deepen energy literacy. Really look at trade-offs and how we're doing that. And that takes, a lot of time, takes a lot of engagement. And so I think as we add more resources, we're able to do more programming and more initiatives, but I think it also allows us to be more present in the Maine community.
Any questions from the audience for Dan before we go to our, yes, Jim.
You said easy questions only.
Okay. Two questions. I've seen us spend money since the oil embargo of '73, and it's always being ramped up. I see all your list of all this expenditures is in the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars going on year after year. What is your projection for the cost of a kilowatt hour of electricity in 2040? Is one of my questions. And the other is, on your storage, you said 300 megawatts. Well, that doesn't tell me how many megawatt hours of storage you're going to be looking at. Megawatts doesn't tell me anything.
Great, thanks for the question. So the cost of energy, right? I think if you'd given me the whole morning, Patrick, I would have covered a lot of topics, but I tried to squeeze in a lot. I think if you look at what we've lived through on the cost of energy over the past few years, I mean, historically, New England has had higher electricity prices than the rest of the country, right? And that's clear. Also historically, and even to date, Maine has been among the lowest of the New England states. And so that trend continues. We lived through the invasion of Ukraine and other global events, which, really identified and showed to me the volatility of being, so dependent on global markets. And so when we're doing our 2040 analysis, it will absolutely include a cost of options. And it'll look at the different pathways of what that cost will be. If you have a thought and opinion, and we'd love that input, and if folks can kind of predict the future price of energy in 2040, we should talk about what how you're doing that. And then on I think the real continued opportunity is to invest in Maine resources, invest in regional coordination to increase our energy independence. Second, on the storage, so it's a 200 megawatt target that the legislature required us to go for, and so we recognize that there's a lot of technology options, and therefore there's not a megawatt hour number that I can give you. The legislation says 200 megawatts. Right now we're saying let's be technology agnostic and see what could come in. So hopefully that helps.
Question here.
Hi, AJ Howard with Linden Clean Energy. One thing I didn't hear you mention was load flexibility. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about plans for load flexibility and how that's going to factor into integrated planning to meet clean energy goals?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I was in my notes that I just want to recognize my colleague Afton Biggie, who is on our team, who put that in my notes, which I neglected to not say. So our modeling, and I think you've seen this out of the Climate Council, shows that load management, load flexibility is critical to how we're meeting that. I think there's going to be an electrification panel later today where that will come up, but our modeling, I think that it's recognized in our Climate Council. We have an energy working group which had a half-day session on best practices around load flexibility. I think we see that as a really important, managing those peaks, managing how we're charging, how we're managing that kind of load is really critical. And so I don't necessarily have there's this one thing you have to do to ensure load flexibility, but I think we're looking at what the options might be and would welcome input on that.
One last question for Dan. Well, please join me in thanking Dan for joining us. So our next panel is going to dive into, I hope you've had your coffee, because we are getting into rate design, a history of Maine's experience with performance-based rates, what it means, how it could be defined. We are so appreciative of having a panel that has a variety of perspectives, but leading with Tom Welch, who I will always refer to as the chairman, a former Public Utilities Commission chairman under 2 administrations. Please join us up here, Tom. I had the opportunity to work with him when I was at the Energy Office and learned an enormous amount about distribution rates and long-term utility planning. We also have Joe Purrington, who also needs no introduction as CEO of Central Maine Power, John Flynn, who is the CEO of Versant, Bill Harwood, who is our public advocate, and we also have, William Lafon with Acadia Center to give an assessment of the environmental perspective of performance-based rate making. Please join us at the table.
Paraphrase Patrick, we do live in interesting times, as the Chinese might put it. In the context of, let me set a little bit of context. It's really about the efforts towards electrification and also to address some public concern about how utilities are actually operating. Now, performance-based rate making has garnered a lot of attention recently, not least in LD 2172, which I think went out of committee on a 6-6 vote. I don't know if the 7th vote has turned out for either side. But Maine actually has a pretty long history of PBR. In fact, in the form of multi-year rate plans, which are a form of PBR, there was one in effect. There are actually 2 different plans in effect in Maine from 1995 to 2007. And frankly, it's been turned up intermittently since then. Originally, it grew out of a perception of the information asymmetry that exists in utility rate cases. And also an effort to reduce what's called the X inefficiency, which is the incentive under traditional cost-based rate making to overinvest in capital, because that's where profits come from. The objective of those plans was to try to align utility and ratepayer objectives, specifically by giving utilities the opportunity to earn greater profits by reducing costs, principally achieved through a greater period of regulatory lag. The first plan was a 7-year plan without a re-examination of underlying costs, and the second plan was a 5-year plan. And so the basic idea was to create stronger utility incentives for cost cutting without sacrificing service quality. But in order to address that last point, we developed some performance standards which were designed to avoid service degradation. The idea was to preserve the existing level of service. So as the title of the panel suggests, PBR in a variety of manifestations, is being suggested by some in Maine and elsewhere as a tool to address a broader range of objectives than the ones we were looking for back beginning in 1995. So our panel is going to be addressing their perspective on the opportunities and challenges of using such tools. And the completely arbitrary order that I have suggested is that we'll go first with John Flynn, then Bill Harwood, then Pete LaFawn, and finally Joe Farrington.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good to see everyone here. I guess I'll make a few opening comments, and I know others have as well. As we think about performance-based rate making and setting metrics for utility performance, I think about there's two fundamental veins as I think about it. One, which exists already today, is around the fundamental performance of the utilities in meeting the basic customer outcomes that are expected, reliability and customer service. The utilities are subject to metrics today. We have been subject to metrics since we were acquired in 2020 around reliability, around customer service, and delivering what customers expect and should expect from their utilities. The second, which I think is most relevant as we sit here today, as Patrick said and others have said and Dan said, kind of at the cusp of some really significant policy changes which are going to drive us towards a more electrified economy, is what role do the utilities play? So developing a plan of how are we as a state going to make progress towards that electrified economy? What role does the grid play, operation, building, maintaining that grid? What role does that play over the next 5, 10, 15 years? And what role do the utilities play in that? And to the extent we believe that there are metrics or behaviors that we expect the utilities to deliver, we want to incentivize the utilities to do certain things, invest in certain ways, behave in certain ways, and frankly hold them accountable for that. We could theoretically set a different set of metrics, and we've seen this around the world. I've seen it in Europe, we've seen it in the US, around incentivizing the utilities. And incentivizing the utilities in PBR is not just creating a penal framework where utilities are penalized if they don't meet outcomes, but they're incentivized, as we discussed earlier, and have an opportunity to outperform from an earnings perspective if in fact they overachieve in terms of delivering those outcomes. We need there needs to be a process around that. The first thing you need to do is create that plan and understand what role the utilities play and understand what factors are within the utilities' control in terms of delivering that. And so I think as we sit here today, I think about it in two veins. One is we already have, and we should continue to have, which is making sure the utilities are delivering what customers expect. And number two is figuring out what role the utilities play in getting us to that future, and how do we create a framework where the utilities are incentivized to do that. The last thing I'll say is as we do this, one of the conversations that is often missing is customer affordability. And as we think about this journey to the future, we live in a state that has some significantly economically challenged areas. Our service territory, we're Aroostook County, we have a lot of significantly economic challenged customers and areas in Aroostook County that we're deeply concerned about in terms of the disequity that this journey could bring to certain customer bases. And we want to make sure that affordability is a lens that we always look through as we make decisions around that plan and decisions around how and when we invest.
We'll try not. Thanks, John. Good morning. PBR and rate making is something that I think long and hard about as public advocate. It's taken me a little while to get the PBR of my college days out of my head. Some of you may think of skinny neck PBRs. They were the cheapest of beer available, and that was the one that we always seemed to gravitate toward. But performance-based rate making is an important consideration. But I want to make a couple of brief comments before we open it up to questions, because I'm very interested in your questions. We have been doing performance-based rate making for many decades. It is not novel. This is not a system in which you come back from, say, a business trip and you add up your hotel and restaurants and hand in your card and get reimbursed dollar for dollar. We hold utilities accountable in a number of ways. If they violate any laws and pay a fine, those fines are not recoverable in rates. The legislature has given the PUC the ability to charge utilities with administrative penalties for any violation of a PUC statute, rule, or order. There again, if those fines do not come through in rates, in each of the cases we're measuring performance. We have a prudence standard. You can only recover prudently incurred costs. Again, it goes to performance. If our office believes that there is excessive spending by a utility or imprudent spending, we will move to disallow it. That is another form of performance-based rates. And then we have something called a management efficiency adjustment to their profit margin or their return on equity. And if the PUC determines that they are not being managed efficiently, they will lower the ROE to reflect that. And finally, as Tom has said, we've experimented under long-term rate plans with having these standards, and if they fall short of the standards, there are automatic rate adjustments downward. So performance has always been important, but why are we here this morning talking about PBR? Because performance-based rate making has in recent years raised the possibility of not just having a stick in which we penalize directly or indirectly utilities, but we reward them. And this is a novel concept. Generally, in our form of government and regulation, we tend to use the stick. If you exceed the speed limit, you pay a fine. If you don't pay your taxes, you pay a fine. We don't normally reward good behavior. And as the public advocate, the ratepayer advocate, I have some concerns about rewarding utilities for doing exactly what they are legally required to do. But we have to be open-minded to this, and we have to at least consider that if we can get a better performance by using the carrot as well as the stick, we should certainly consider it. But a couple of things that we should be aware of. One is we have to be careful of falling into the trap of better performance, higher standards, more service is always better. We can have really high service, but we will have really high rates. And we can have poor service and we will have really low rates. What we can't have is really high service and really low rates. The point is you need the resources to provide the service, and what the Public Utilities Commission is striving to do in most cases is get that balance between service and rates right. And we have to be careful that PBR doesn't drive us into the mode of better service is something that we need to strive for. We will reward the utilities for better and better service when, in fact, what we're doing is driving up the rates because they need more resources to capture that better service. So thank you for listening, and who's next?
Good morning. My name is Pete LaFond. I am a Senior Policy Advisor for Acadia Center, a New England-based organization that advocates for a clean energy future in all the New England states and generally. You've already heard some very articulate descriptions of PBR, and it's timely given that right now there is a bill before the EUT and the legislature that has been a divided report out to the legislature on PBR. Our take on PBR is that it offers us an opportunity to have a tool that is both an encouragement and, if necessary, a penalty to encourage the technology and the implementation of all of the promising technology we see today. It's really a wonderful time because we can marry technology to these goals in a way now that can be much more efficient than it could in the past. So we're looking for things like PBR that support distributed energy resources, that support grid-enhancing technologies, that realign incentives concerning the capital investments made by utilities, that promotes interconnection, that promotes we have a number of projects, solar projects primarily in the queue right now, waiting to interconnect or hook up, as I refer to it, to the grid, and we want to promote that and incentivize that as best we can. So we put metrics in place that are going to take study, are going to take a lot of working together to agree on what those metrics are in order to achieve those goals. PBR with similar goals in mind have been in effect in 17 states since 2011, so we don't have to completely reinvent the wheel. Thank you.
Good morning. So my colleagues up here have done a really good job of, kind of explaining, where we are. I would agree with Bill on, we're in our existing rate plans right now. We have forms of PBR, we have a multi-year rate plan, we have performance incentive mechanisms. John mentioned the fact that we need to be accountable for, safe and reliable service to our customers. That's an expectation. I think the panel also talked about cost, and you can't have both. And I've heard that theme twice. One from the GEO with Dan talking about cost versus reliability. Bill mentioned it as well, and I think that's very important to recognize in the state as we think about the performance of the grid and setting us up for a clean energy future is what is actually in the control of the utilities. And what concerns me when we start having dialogue about PBRs is really just understanding what the utility is accountable for, and we will be held accountable for anything that is within our responsibility. I firmly believe that, and we will continue to perform well against those metrics. But it is a very slippery slope when you start having these conversations about adding a lot of fluff in that is really not measurable. And it's very important that, as we think about our metrics and accountability to our customers, that we strike the right balance between what the needs are of the grid. And I say this all the time. We operate the grid 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We understand what's happening on the grid. We also understand what's coming in the queue. We work with ISO for the interconnections to make sure that, when all of this distributed energy resources come onto the grid, that they're done so reliably, because again, that is our responsibility, is running the grid every day. And so I guess as I think about, the conversation on PBR, I think we need to understand what we currently have, probably appreciate it a little bit more, because as the president of CMP, I can tell you I've seen a lot of stick in the last couple of years that I've been here, and not an awful lot of carrot coming out. But I do think, as we negotiated our multi-year rate plan, there was a balance of that with the metrics that we had, where we received penalties, but if we did better in some categories, there was an offset to the penalty. Not exactly a carrot, but much better than where we were before. So I think that's important, that I think the PUC is doing its job, and I can say so just from my brief experience back here in Maine, and I have full confidence in their ability to regulate the utilities.
Thank you. Let me throw out a question for all the panelists and see how you respond. It seems to me there are two possible things, two possible types of activities to which PBR can apply, and I think this was touched on initially by John. That one is to encourage the utility or require the utility to do what it is doing today better. And the other is to do a set of new things. And in the new thing category would be, for example, reducing carbon output and generation. I mean, that is not a role that Maine's T&D utilities have in any sense today, but they do engage in some activities that are related to it, such as interconnection with renewable resources. So one of the things that is described in some of the PBR proposals is, well, let's have a PBR system that addresses certain things like helping to satisfy the state's decarbonization goals. So let me put this question out here. Which sorts of things within each of those categories do you think make sense to put into a PBR context? And which do you think makes sense not to put into the context? And let me give you an example of something that would not be in a PBR context in the way of sort of a new role. When Northern Utilities the gas company in Maine had to replace its cast iron system, the commission put in place a separate rate element that allowed the utility to recover the cost as it replaced the cast iron as an adder to rates. And it had some standards, it had a schedule, but it was actually outside the basic rate structure. And I'm not sure I'd call that PBR, or be an anticipatory reaction by the commission to some necessary investment. So that might be sort of an alternative. But I'm just interested in your take on what logically fits within a PBR structure, what doesn't, and why.
I'll jump in. I think what you're getting at, and which is really important with any standard that we hold utilities accountable to, is we have to be clear and precise in what the behavior we're looking for. It can't be too generic. Otherwise, it will just lead to more dispute, more litigation, and more adversarial. And I think we need to also work on the standards and try them and evolve and see them get more and more comfortable with the standards. So I think where we are with sort of reliability standards, things like SAFE and CAIDI, how often the lights go out, how frequently and for how long, those are standards that we are all getting more comfortable with. Things like the customer service, answering phones with 80% of the phone calls within 30 seconds. Those are standards that we have worked on and I think we can all agree on. What I get nervous is as we move into climate change and the role of electric utilities, T&D utilities, in helping us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, it becomes a little more difficult to be precise. And if we aren't precise, then we're apt to get unintended consequences.
I guess I would add, yeah, I would agree with that. I think precision is important. And again, the point that Joe made, I think, is important, that whatever we incentivize kind of within a PBR structure is something that's clearly within the utility's control. And as I think about some of the integrated resource planning, integrated grid planning that we're beginning to do, and quite frankly, I think we need to make significant progress over the next year or two and get clarity around how that's going to work, because that is the foundation of how we're going to get from where we are today to where we need to be as a state. There may be certain behaviors in there in terms of executing on that integrated plan once it's developed that we want to incentivize the utilities to do. You, however, Tom, raise a really interesting question, which is, we know in Maine we live from a regulatory perspective, we're in a lagging regulatory framework where utilities invest the money and then they seek recovery, and in that process, which is now a 13-month adjudicatory process, we've got an inherent set of lag. And I look back to, you've got the Northern Gas example. There are examples from Southern New England after Superstorm Sandy. Some of the states like Connecticut and some of the Mid-Atlantic states were instructed by the commission to significantly invest in hardening the system, hardening those substations and whatever infrastructure could be impacted by future storms like Sandy. And there was a carve out of the recovery of those capital dollars, so that was much more efficient from a capital perspective. That is, if you will, compared to today's structure, a bit of a carrot for utilities. Texas did it with the CREZ build out back in the 2000s. So that's an opportunity, I think, for us to think kind of outside the box in terms of driving investment in a more efficient way, but again, always thinking back to customer affordability.
I understand the need for precision, but it concerns me because we can get in a situation where we let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and where we get in kind of what I call planning paralysis, where everything has to be absolutely planned out to the nth degree, or we can't do anything. And it's something that happens. I'm on my town council. We go through this practically every week, trying to address problems in the town that people want addressed. One of those problems was that we were spending too much on energy, and we wanted to lower the carbon footprint of the town. So for about 5 years before I got there, there was planning going on and analysis. And then we got a message from the council when I was on a committee, you need to get this done. We want it done this year and the next year. We want results, so go at it. So we set about and planned, implemented, put a solar array on the town dump, et cetera, reduce the carbon footprint, and we're now in a line item in the budget this year, which we just finished going over, is $170,000 of savings on energy for the town. So it can happen. It involves change, and that is always difficult to navigate. But there's so much new technology, and there's proven technology right now in the pipeline in the form of all these projects that need to be connected to the grid and that are ready to be connected. So we need to incentivize the utility to do that as quickly as possible.
So again, I think there's a lot of good conversation going on here at the table. And I look at, the governor's utility accountability bill, and it included, the integrated grid plan. It included a climate change plan. And I think as we go through the process, which I think we're in the infancy of, going through, having all the stakeholders come up and collaborate on a pathway forward is critically important. And then I think once we establish that pathway, we need to remember that we need to stay on that pathway. To me, the legislative process, and I asked, what's the problem that we're trying to solve with PBR, and what are we trying to correct? We have a huge challenge in front of us. In the next decade to two, we're going to have to invest hundreds of millions, billions in the grid to achieve the beneficial electrification goals that everybody wants for us to be in a better place for future generations. We have to start addressing the elephant in the room, and that's the cost, right? It's not the ability to execute or do it. It's going to be the cost that that's going to be needed in the investment, and who's going to pay for that, and how is it going to get paid? So I think there are elements out of PBR that you could think about a forward-looking plan, but I do think if we don't start thinking about the future quickly, it's going to be too late. And we see that what happens with bills that get passed that really aren't thoughtful about how you're going to interconnect to the grid. And we have over 600 projects connecting to the grid here just in our territory alone. Those take time to do studies. We have metrics that we report to the PUC on how quickly we process the interconnection agreements, the stuff that is within our control, and we're doing very well against those. But when you start grouping projects in clusters together, and then you have a process where they can start to drop out, and then you have to restudy, and their associated upgrade costs and who pays for those upgrade costs have been debated. The developers will tell you that they think that it should be socialized for the benefit of all of the customers in the grid. We're saying that it's a cost cause or principle. So I think as we think about the future and how we're going to get from where we are today to what is needed for investments, we have to think about the things that John mentioned and how we accelerate the performance of the grid and the investments in the grid.
The last two comments have prompted me to ask a question I was warned against asking, because it does open a can of worms, and with apologies to any legislature in the room. Is this the time, and it seems to me that it is the time, to ask the question, what really belongs on electricity rates and what really belongs in the general fund. Because there are a set of state objectives which are important, and we can sort of take as a given for the purpose of the question that they're important to reach, where it might make as much sense to fund them out of the general fund because the effort is being done for a carbon reducing goal. That's not a traditional utility goal. Or a jobs creation goal. That's also not a traditional utility goal. And those come with a cost. And based on what I've heard and seen, that cost is going to be very, very high over the next period of time. Interestingly, from this perspective of any particular customer, it might be a wash or even a benefit, because if you go to high electricity usage but no longer have to buy gas for your car or kerosene for your heater, you have a net saving, but nevertheless the electricity rates get very high. And there is lurking in all this the risk that if you assign the costs of things like carbon reduction efforts to the electricity rates, you have the paradoxical result of pushing electricity rates to the point where people want to stay on fossil fuels longer. So the question is, are we at the point of asking ourselves, should we have a serious discussion at the legislature about putting some of these costs, the sort of non-traditional utility activity costs, back into the general fund, rather than simply continuing to impose an obligation on the utilities and putting them through electricity rates, socialized or otherwise? Anyway.
Everybody's jumping at the microphones on that one. We did have a prep call, and Tom said, you don't need to worry about this question, because I'm not going to ask it. So at the risk, and Judy Long's looking at me like, oh my God, what's he going to say? And what's going to be in the headline tomorrow? You know, I think it's an interesting question, and I think it's something that the legislature should have a conversation around. It is an interesting paradox, right? That you drive electricity prices to the point where you incentivize the wrong behavior as it relates to our journey towards a more electrified economy. That seems to be a place we don't want to tread. I do think we should consider, again, are there costs that are fundamentally exogenous to what utilities activities are doing that belong in the general fund? Certainly potentially an easier way to quote unquote socialize certain costs which are exogenous to utility operations. I'm not bright enough to know exactly what those costs would be, but as I think about this journey and the types of costs, not just capital costs, but ongoing, if you will, O&M or annual expense costs that are going to be related to pursuing this journey, and recognizing that the journey isn't just a journey to electrify the grid, it's a journey to decarbonize our world. There has to be a significant vein of expenses that may well be suited to a different recovery mechanism. And that's, again, without any level of granularity, that's how I think about it.
Yeah, I would agree, Tom, and John, it is a question and it is a discussion that needs to be had. There's no question that there are good arguments to be made that some of the support that we need to get to where we need to go with decarbonization should have support from the general fund. However, I want to be careful that we don't end up in looking to the general fund, which has its own set of political priorities, and if we can't get what we need there, then we don't do it. We need to be at least open to the recognition that we have more control through the PUC over the rate-making process, and if that's the only practical way that we can get the resources that we need to decarbonize and move where we want to be, then we shouldn't be afraid to do that.
So I would just add a little bit more controversy to the question, Tom, is, you know, we divested of our assets in 1998. You know, we're always talking about the regulated portion of your bill. Maybe we should start having more conversations about that and regulating that side of the business to also help get us through this transition.
you said controversy.
Yeah, I guess I have a question on this. What costs would you see better shifted to the legislative arena?
Yeah, I'll, this is an anecdote that falls in the category of why hard cases make bad law. Before I came on the commission, I worked for a utility down in some telephone company. And I was in Washington, and there was a case in Baltimore where some people couldn't afford their electricity bill, which they'd been used for heating, so they turned on their oven for heating, and 7 kids burned to death. And I read that article and I said, that can't happen. Whatever policy you put in place, you can't have that. I have always been of the view as a regulator that things like low-income programs don't belong in electricity rates. But if the legislature doesn't do it, we have to do it. So, to echo Bill's point, there are some things you just have to do. It's bad economics, it costs a lot of money, it's sort of conceptually silly, but you have to do it. Now the question is, when you get to, low income is sort of an obvious one, but when you get to some of the other activities that are thought of in terms of decarbonization, for example, very rapid build out of a distribution system to support a lot of rooftop solar, right? That's not really a utility goal. The utility goal is to run the system. But if you're going to say, we need to build the system in a particular way to serve a particular objective, I'm not sure where those costs go. I don't know which side of the line that might want to go on. So, there are some things that are obvious you have to do, low income's among them. Not so obvious with some of these others. And I think that, my sense is, it may be a very useful time to open up that debate and try to figure out where the lines belong, where they are. I have another question, and that is, do you think PBR or some variation of PBR, by the way, PBR, there's a very interesting article that was put out by the National Conference of State Legislatures that describes various kinds of PBR, and they count a lot of things as PBR. They count long-term rate plans, they count incentives, incentive and penalties, they count just a number of things. So when I say PBR, I'm not sure that I mean what anybody else in the room is thinking of. A lot of people think it's just, a penalty mechanism associated with particular behavior, but that's actually not the general usage. And if you look at the 17 states that have employed PBR, one of them, for example, Hawaii, that PBR plan is simply a multi-year rate plan. But anyway, it is possible. Some have suggested PBR might be a tool to help the investment that is going to be needed for beneficial electrification. And the question is, or the problem is, to which PBR might be an answer, and I'll look for your reactions, is that you may have to build a system before the revenues start coming in, right? It's if you build it, they will come problem. And a classic situation is EV charging stations. You have to build a lot of infrastructure in the distribution system and transmission system to support the load that's going to be, that one anticipates from EV charging stations. And you have to build the EV charging stations. But the revenues from those may lag significantly, simply because you're not going to get the load until people are comfortable with the notion that they can charge up their car whenever they want. But there's going to be a significant time lag, a greater time lag than was historically experienced with basic cost of service rate making, where you sort of thought revenues would track investment. So is PBR a tool, or is there some element of PBR that might be a tool to address that particular issue?
To the extent, and again, PBR is like the new smart grid, right? Smart grid had a meaning when it first came out, and then within 2 or 3 years, it meant 100 different things to 100 different people. But I go back to a recovery mechanism that's outside of the traditional utility framework. And I mentioned CREZ, and I apologize for the acronyms. We're full of acronyms, and I use them freely as everybody in the room understands what CREZ is. So CREZ, back in the 2000s, Texas embarked on a plan to significantly decarbonize its generation fleet, recognizing that there was an opportunity to build out a lot of wind in Texas. The wind in Texas is all located a long ways from the cities where where most of the load is. So it's in the Panhandle, it's down on the seacoast, it's nowhere near Dallas or Houston or Austin, any of the cities. And so the Texas policymakers through ERCOT quickly realized that for this competitive renewable energy zone framework to work, they needed to build out significant 345 kV high voltage AC backbone transmission to deliver that renewable energy to those cities, to where the load was. And they also recognized that unless that transmission was built in a framework that guaranteed recovery, immediate recovery, that transmission almost had to exist before those wind resources could come online and actually serve load. And so they created a framework where either through accounting or through direct recovery, immediate recovery, again, that went through a cost justification process. So again, affordability still has to be a lens through which we would look at any investment. To me, that's a more effective framework to incentivize and enable the recovery of the dollars that might be necessary, as you said, in advance of a technology being actually utile to the state.
I'll push back a little here and say I don't think we should look to PBR to address the problem of regulatory lag. I think regulatory lag has been with us for a long time. I think the utilities have learned to manage the regulatory lag. Look, if they could manage building a multi-billion-dollar nuclear power plant that took most of 10 years to build, and they could do that during a period in which we had double-digit inflation and double-digit cost of capital, I think we can manage the regulatory lag that we're facing today. And the concept of giving utilities revenue ahead of time to deal with problems is fraught with risk because we'll get it wrong. It is a much safer rate-making system to look at actual costs and then set the rates based on what we think they will be in the following year based on the utility's actual costs. And that's what we've been doing for over 100 years. So I would be nervous about turning that upside down under the guise of PBR because regulatory lag is an issue and ratepayers indirectly have to pay for it through the cost of capital, but I don't think we should attempt to deal with it through PBR.
Yeah, it strikes me that the customers do this all the time, right? They invest in technology and for a couple of reasons usually, to save money on energy and to lower their carbon footprint. And in Maine, they've done that in record numbers, so it's a national leader. But there's a cost, right? So if you've had heat pumps installed in your house lately, it's in the $12,000 to $15,000 range. So they're looking to the future and making an investment that won't pay off immediately, but that will over the long term for both them and for the climate. So I don't think it's too much to expect a utility to face the same challenges and the same opportunities.
So just a little bit to add to this. John and I were just talking, and I think you mentioned it. Bill, my former utility down at PSNH, when I got there, they were in the middle of a reliability enhancement program, which was outside of their rate case. They had gone bankrupt in the 80s and faced a lot of significant challenges and did not invest in the grid because of their bankruptcy. And lo and behold, at some point, the reliability of the system became so poor that the commission asked them to come up with a plan on how to improve it, and they funded it outside their normal rate proceeding to get to get the system back up and to an acceptable level of service, which it now is in the second quartile of performance. As we think about what's going to happen to our grid, the traditional rate case process is, we have to think differently about it. And what investments are going to be needed on the grid and how we're going to have to accelerate some of those investments. The problem we have in Maine is, just look at Central Maine Power. We cover 11,000 square miles. We have 23,000 miles of distribution line and another 3,000 miles of transmission line. Where? Where do you start? How do you justify where you start? What customers get an edge over other customers? And there's no secret, the state is kind of divided, Augusta North and Augusta South, on economics. And I think that's something that we have to also think about as we're building out the grid. Like, I'm not sure that a lot of people in northern Maine are going to buy EVs. More likely going to be in the southern Maine area. So we have to be smart about our plans and our investment strategy, but we're going to have to start thinking about things beyond traditional rate cases, because the investment numbers that are needed are going to be astronomical to meet whatever goals that we're trying to set.
So I'm taking a lot of the question time, but we have time for a couple of questions from the audience.
Yeah, I wanted to take off from John Flynn's statement regarding customer affordability. Affordability, I believe, is directly tied to technological viability. And when you take solar systems in the months of December and January, they're operating around 5% capacity factor. First, we're not going to be able to heat any homes with that. Secondly, you have to provide the lines for that maximum amount, but the total capacity factor utilization of those lines is going to be on an annual basis of 15%, say relative to the NECEC line, which is in the high 90% range. The cost per kilowatt hour for transmission and distribution for these systems is going to really raise the cost, along with all the costs we saw from our energy director, Dan Burgess, this morning on the energy side. Has anybody here done any projections on what we're going to have to pay for a kilowatt hour of distribution and transmission by 2040, or even in 10 years from now, 5 years from now? And what does that cost? And if you haven't, I'd like to ask the public advocate, why haven't we done that? That is very important. If we're going to end up in 2040 paying 40 cents a kilowatt hour, this state's going down, and somebody's going to have to be responsible for that.
I think there was a question in there.
Jim, I always appreciate your tough questions. I haven't got a clue what the rate's going to be in 2040. I don't think anyone in this room or anyone who works in state government or for the utilities knows. But what I can tell you is affordability is front and center, and we work on it every day, and it is something that we cannot lose sight of. I think one of the things that we will look for is, how do we measure up against the other New England states? We know electricity prices are high in New England. That's something that we can't have complete control over, but we do have control over being clear that when we compete for business and industry with other New England states for this regional, that we want to be competitive, and we have been competitive, and our office will do everything we can to maintain that competitive rate.
Yeah, and I would just add, and it's been echoed, Jim, it's a great question. I think, look, there's been a lot of toxicity around the utilities over the past couple of years, and I think one of the things that's been lost, and Patrick mentioned it, Dan mentioned it, is as we go forward, utilities have to have a seat at the table when we're thinking about what the grid of the future looks like, because in both CMP and Versant, you've got folks who have 40 years of experience in understanding how to build, own, operate the grid. We understand how to plan the grid. And so we're certainly should not be the only voice at the table. We've got to be a front and center at the table every time we have these conversations, because I can look at some of the policies that are currently in effect and know in my heart of hearts that if the utilities had been at the table and had been consulted, we could have made those decisions in a way that would have more optimized customer affordability. And as we go forward, we need to make sure we do that, because the types of investments we're going to make, whether it's in the generation side of the business, whether it's in the grid, how we operate the grid, how we design the grid, I look at the concerns about the level of renewables we're already going to have in this state and how much investment is going to be necessary in the grid to accommodate that. We've got to make those decisions in the most pragmatic way, where that customer affordability is one of the lenses, not the primary lens that we look through. We've got a decarbonized future, and how are we going to get customers to pay for it? If we can't balance those two, we're going to have a problem. I would agree with that.
Yeah, I would echo that. As we think about solutions, I was down at EEI in Washington, D.C. Last week, and GE was there, and they were talking about 300 megawatt small scale nuclear that fits in the size of a football field. I think our challenge, we're looking at the bridge to the future of just being renewable. Battery storage is good, but I think to Jim's point, how long is it going to last you? How does it cover when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining? We need to look at more baseload generation solutions that are considered clean energy to solve our needs. And I think you're going to see a resurgence in small scale nuclear.
One more? Yeah.
Hi, good morning. Tom Donnelly, and with HEP Energy. I'm VP of Development, and we're a German investment fund, and we do solar projects here throughout the U.S. I actually was the second employee in 2019, and now we've got 4 offices with over 100 staff, and I think 2 gigawatts in the pipeline right now throughout the U.S. So we work a lot with a lot of different utilities. Right now, with regard to PBR, right now the hub pricing for New England is around $13 a megawatt hour. We have a very artificial market because we depend on natural gas for core generation, and because the White House, in inflationary decision, decided to reduce the export of LNG, we got a very low price in natural gas. Question 1, is there any tool available to either the PUC or the Energy Commissions or whoever that we could buy a 5-year strip or a 10-year strip of natural gas right now that would allow us to reduce the cost of generation? That's the first thing I want you to think about. When I look at PBR, I think 3 things come to mind. One is commodity pricing, efficiency programs, and non-wires solutions. I think there's the ideal of going to was a beneficial electrical goals was an expression somebody used. We can't do it by choking industry. We can't do it by preventing jobs from happening and accelerating a program that's not feasible for us as an economy. I would like to see that PBR be viewed as a quiver, and that, for example, what Versan needs will be a different set of arrows than what CMP would need, because I have no idea how many miles of wires are up in Versan by comparison to users. So maybe there's incentives for localized battery deployment and stuff on with small industrial users, something like that, that gives you better grid reliability. But I think part of it too is that whatever you start with PBR, I would really like to see something where you come back to industrial users and you make the billing or programs like the weatherization program, but more of looking at peak demands. There's roughly 30,000 15-minute increments in a year, and I think you use 6 of them, and please correct me if I'm wrong, to judge what the peak demand is. I mean, I think if we had a greater array and a greater opportunity, I'm sure industry would respond to stabilize their own activities and to try and reduce their own costs and look at the efficiency of batteries and other technologies and help reduce costs for them. So I think the PBR, whatever you do, has to be internal and external. Commodity pricing is going to be the fastest thing, even if 20% of the standard offer could be set aside to be bought on by some group to reduce the cost and allow those gains to go back into infrastructure upgrades, whatever, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure where the question was there. I think those are useful points to consider. I will point out, and those in the room know this, that natural gas prices are a little bit out of our control. There was actually a very interesting legislative effort a few years ago to try to solve the choke point on the pipeline, which would have reduced the cost of natural gas into New England. And Maine was very successful in getting the law passed, and Massachusetts and Indian interests were very successful in killing it. But in any case, unless there are any further comments here,
I would just close, I love Peter's comment about don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think, we need to get out of this paralysis and just set a plan and start to execute against that plan. But I'll say it has to be an executable plan with real goals that can be achievable. And I think that should be our focus as we think about our climate change plan and we think about our integrated grid plan. It's not at all costs, but we need to think about pushing this across the finish line in the next year or so and moving the state forward.
okay, please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you to the Maine State Chamber for inviting us to be here today and focusing on this, and thank you, Patrick, for heading this up. I think with Patrick's experience and his background on energy issues, this is going to continue to be one of the premier energy events of every year. So I think we could fill this room and about 3 others with the interest and the caliber of people that you have on these panels. So thank you for focusing on this. My name is Jeff Marks. I'm Executive Director of Climate Work Maine. We are a new organization dedicated to helping to promote what businesses in Maine are doing on climate and hopefully working with companies that want to do more on climate solutions. We work with every size of company, different types of companies, geographic locations around the state. We're very inclusive, so if you're interested in talking a little bit more about what we're doing, feel free to pull me over at any time. This topic today, I've been working on it at a very high level for quite some time. Electrification, of course, is a major tool in the climate toolbox. And the Maine Climate Action Plan is a significant component on the goals and targets that are in that climate plan for energy and climate solutions. And the good thing is we are a leader on this. We're one of the first states, or the first state, to bring electrification to scale, at least in buildings. And we're just continuing the process and doing that going forward. I thought I would kick off this session with kind of a 2-minute data dump. I'm going to repeat some of the data points that were mentioned earlier, but just want to talk about where we are and where we've been, and then I'm going to turn it over to the panel here to talk a little bit more about future and how electrification fits into demand growth and other issues. As Dan Burgess mentioned earlier, back when Governor Brennan was governor of Maine, we were dependent on heating oil. I think he said in the 80th percentile. When I returned to Maine in 2010, I think it was in the high 60s. In 2022, 56% of Maine households were depending on heating oil. So I think we've come quite a ways on electrification just over a fairly short time frame. And no state has adopted electrification faster than Maine. We're quickly going electric, and we're installing heat pumps. I think I saw a figure of 3 times faster than other states throughout the country. And that's due to a lot of factors, one being There are state rebates for electrification programs and systems. There are hundreds of vendors and installers who are involved in electrification in the state. There's continued concern over price and cost of energy, so more people are looking at electrification as a solution. And of course, we have Governor Mills, who announced in 2019 a goal of installing 100,000 heat pumps by 2025. That target was handily exceeded, and I think the governor and Michael and others looked to the other states and said, hold my beer, and we're going to kick up that goal and do 170,000 additional heat pumps by 2027. So we're on the right trajectory here. We have some good goals in place, so I'm going to go right into introducing our panel that we have today. I'm just going to give a name, your affiliation, and I'm hoping that you can go into a little more detail on what your perspective is and your organizations and your focus. But we're going to start with Benji Borowski. He's a partner at Pretty Flaherty. We'll move on to Michael Stoddard, who's Executive Director at Efficiency Maine Trust. We'll move on to David Klein, who I just met today. He's the head of WEX Venture Capital. And Hans Alby from Revision Energy will wrap up the conversation. I'll look to the audience for questions, and I'll have some questions of my own. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Benj Borowski. I am a partner at Pretty Flaherty in the energy and climate groups. For the better part of a decade, I've had the privilege of working on energy and climate policy issues, and specifically beneficial electrification. So thank you for letting me be here. I'm going to provide a consumer perspective on beneficial electrification. I'd say for about the last half a century, consumption has been a dirty word. It's been seared into our brains that less is more. It's been all about efficiency, conservation, megawatts, and certainly that's helped to get us where we are today, but I think beneficial electrification changes the equation. Consumers get to take their power back, literally. And now, more is actually less. Using more electricity can help reduce emissions and it can help reduce costs. So I want to get into that. Maine's been on the forefront of beneficial electrification technologies, especially heat pumps, as you heard. A few years ago, we passed a major new piece of legislation called the Beneficial Electrification Policy Act. And what that is going to do is help align renewable procurement in Maine with the expected load growth from beneficial electrification in Maine. I'd like to take a step back and give just a little bit of background. I don't think that more electricity is inherently good. I like to define beneficial electrification in a simple way. It's using more electricity to reduce emissions, sustainability, to reduce costs, affordability, and to improve or maintain reliability. So it's sustainability, affordability, and reliability. And essentially, if you can achieve one of those things without a detrimental impact to the other two, it's beneficial. And it's not exactly an intuitive concept. So I think it's useful to look at a specific example. Why is a heat pump beneficial? Heat pumps don't create heat, they move it very, very efficiently. So in general, a heat pump using only 1 unit of electricity can transfer 3 to 5 units of heat from outside to inside. That's a 300 to 500% efficiency. Your typical natural gas furnaces and oil boilers are somewhere in the range of 70 to 90% efficient, and they will never be able to exceed 100% efficiency. So it's because of this heat pump efficiency that when compared to burning fossil fuels, you end up saving money and you reduce emissions. And I think you should all look at a 2023 Rocky Mountain Institute study that hypothetically looked at all states and said, if you were to use heat pumps instead of a generic, highly efficient natural gas furnace, what would the impact be to emissions? And in Maine in particular, on day one, you save about you reduce emissions by about 60%. And that is using today's current electric mix, which is around 50% natural gas in New England. There's an enormous emissions benefit of heat pumps today, and that's critical. And I note that in that study, it used natural gas. It studied a natural gas furnace, but in Maine, we don't really heat with natural gas. As Jeff said, it's 56% oil right now, and I think the number's even higher when you can include all petroleum products. It's closer to 65%. So the emissions benefit in Maine today is even greater than 60%. As we look to the future, as more and more renewables are integrated onto the grid, emissions can virtually be eliminated through beneficial electrification. But this is where I think consumers have been slighted so far. The overwhelming policy focus has been on, I think, one small aspect of the sustainability prong so far, and that's renewables. We've pushed to get as many renewables on the grid as fast as possible, almost regardless of cost right now. And today, in part because of that, we have really, really high electricity prices. So without the great work of Efficiency Maine or the Inflation Reduction Act, you have to ask, why would someone convert to a heat pump or an electric vehicle today with really, really high electricity rates? And that's a problem. We've got to control the cost, because the real sustainability impact today in Maine is heat pumps and similar technologies. It's not just heat pumps. There are heat pump water heaters, there are heat pump dryers, induction stoves. You can get an electric snowblower, an electric lawnmower. You couple those things with dynamic pricing and with smart meters, the opportunities are endless. So in exchange for, if you did a heat pump today, you get immediate, huge sustainability gains, emissions reductions, but you also increase affordability. And I think that's the linchpin to dealing with climate change. And I want to explain how you increase affordability. Today, the grid is incredibly inefficient. It's overbuilt to meet peaks that we rarely, if ever, see. Beneficial electrification technologies can utilize that excess capacity on the grid and increase the overall efficiency of the grid. The more units of electricity that flow over the existing grid out there today means the unit cost of electricity will go down. If we do beneficial electrification correctly, electricity rates are going to go down. And I think that's true for a long time. I don't think we're going to reach a period of grid saturation for another 10 to 15 years. And at that point, you'll have storage, additional technologies, things like water heaters will act as storage, and we'll be able to provide cost-effective solutions and maybe only do incremental targeted grid impacts. So I'd leave you with this thought. Beneficial electrification is sustainability, affordability, and reliability. I think we need to switch the focus to affordability now. If we do things like heat pumps, not only do we have the biggest bang for the buck on emissions today, but we're also going to drive our electric rates down. And that's a win-win. Thank you.
Michael?
Do we have slides or no slides?
Excellent.
Thanks, Jeff. I do have a couple of graphs that I thought would help illustrate some of the points that Benji was just making, and we did have a little planning call, but we didn't orchestrate our presentations to be quite so complimentary, because I'm going to pick up where Benji left off and give a little bit of color to the programs that we're offering at Efficiency Maine that we are basing on the principles that Benji just and the objectives that Benji just articulated. So first, a little bit of context. If folks aren't aware, this concept of beneficial electrification is really starting to take off. Could you jump to the next one?
Sure.
And I'm going to do them in reverse order. And just in case people are wondering what that's a picture of Luke's Lobster freezer with a storage tank next to it, and the gold line is their regular baseline load over the course of a 24-hour day, and the dark blue line is what happened when they added a phase change storage tank that charges up overnight from midnight to 4:30 in the morning, and is able to provide all the freezer energy they need to get through the entire day. So that's what happened to their peak load impact. It dropped right down to the floor there for the course of an entire day. That's just one example of ways that we can use demand management to reduce the impact on the grid. And the reason that matters is because the beneficial electrification that Benji's talking about is something that it's imperative that we go there for so many reasons. For affordability that Benji was mentioning, for sustainability and to meet our carbon reduction goals. Jeff mentioned some of the targets that we have as a state to meet carbon reduction targets, and that includes by 2030, 115,000 of Maine's homes, which is about 20%, to be fully heated exclusively by heat pumps. And another 130,000 of those homes in Maine having some, at least partial heat pump support. And similar levels of penetration in the commercial sector. So that's a lot of heat pumps, and luckily for Maine and for the United States and the world, the technology is really coming along fantastically and is bringing more possible applications. So whereas initially they were sort of only going to be a good fit in certain types of buildings and certain types of spaces, we're now finding that we can meet almost any application, and it just continues to get better. So heat pumps is a huge piece of the solution, and for us in the state of Maine, it's going to be a tremendous economic advantage as well, because we are going to be displacing a more expensive way to heat our homes and buildings with a less expensive way, provided, as our friend Jim Lebrecht has pointed out, that we keep our electricity prices reasonable, and that's not an insignificant hurdle. Other forms of technology that are coming along and making a big impact on electrification and beneficial electrification and the benefits that will flow from it, but also are adding to the what we need to be able to accommodate with our grid and with our generation assets. Obviously, electric vehicles is coming close behind. I foresee a trajectory for electric vehicles that is not dissimilar to the trajectory we've seen over the last 10 years for heat pumps. Places in Scandinavia, Northern Europe, now more than 3 out of every 4 new vehicles that are purchased are an electric vehicle. In the US, we're kind of closer to the 5 to 10% of all new vehicles purchased are electric vehicles. But it seems very reasonable to assume, in fact likely, that we will follow a similar trajectory as the manufacturers come on with more and more models and the prices come down, which is happening. To Chairman Welch's point, there are concerns about whether there's a charging infrastructure there to service those vehicles, and I'm really proud to say that Maine is leading the country in installing the EV chargers that will make that possible. And fortunately for Chairman Welch's concern and for Maine ratepayers' concerns, Uncle Sam has agreed to take most of that load for the past 5 years and for the next 5 years. So the funds coming out of the federal government are extraordinary in this regard and have enabled us to install chargers. They will have enabled us to put chargers in 50-mile increments from Fort Kent to Kittery and east to west. And so we're feeling pretty good about the charging infrastructure that's going to be out there. Batteries are making tremendous strides, and the kinds of controls that you can use to manage the loads that we have in the state are also making huge strides. And so we at Efficiency Maine are doing everything we can to bring those technologies forward into the marketplace, and we're extremely gratified to see how Maine's business community has jumped in with both feet and is making the most of these business opportunities. So one of the reasons I believe that Maine is as successful as it has been in this transition to beneficial electrification is because our business community has jumped in. So you have users like Benji's members who are switching to these kinds of technologies and looking at all the different ways they can take advantage of it. There's the whole vendor community. Maine is blessed with more than 500 registered vendors and qualified partners, that just the ones that sign up for our programs, which is only a subset of the total, who are qualified to install heat pumps and heat pump water heaters and electric vehicle chargers. We have all the services that are growing up around that, law firms, banking institutions, engineering firms that are able to help make those projects come forward. So we're very lucky that we are firing on all cylinders, and I think that's critical to accelerating this transition that has to happen. At Efficiency Maine, we're trying to play our little part. We have these incentive programs that get people interested and provide information so that they can get going. I strongly encourage folks who want to learn more about those programs to go to our website at efficiencymaine.com. I could go on and on about the heat pump programs. I won't. I could go on and on about the EV initiatives that we have. I won't. I will take a second to point to the demand management programs that we started a couple of years ago. They are taking baby steps and are growing, and we're excited about those, and I think they go to this discussion about them. If you could go to the next slide. You have to go forward, sorry. This is an ISO New England graph on the left showing their forecast for the peak demand periods, and the beige gold band at the top is the summer peak, and the blue on the bottom is the winter peak. And because heat pumps are primarily pushing on winter peak, what you see is even with all the forecasted additions of heat pumps that we're thinking of in Maine and all the other 6 New England states, things don't get to impacting the marginal need for more T&D until you get to 2030, 2033, 2035, somewhere in that neighborhood. So it's not that it's not an issue, it's that we have time to work on it. And as Benji said, we feel very good that there are lots of tools in the toolbox to help mitigate the impact of that and to push out the timing of that. These demand management programs that we're running at Efficiency Maine are helping that. We have a commercial curtailment initiative which enrolled 177 participants last year and 16 megawatts of curtailment load. We have a large battery management program, we have a small battery management program, and we have managed charging for electric vehicles. So it's going to be really exciting to see all these 60 to 150 kWh batteries that are parked in everyone's driveway being able to be managed so that they don't charge during peak times, and we can shift them to off-peak times. And that will push out the date of need for the investments that might be associated with that, and that means we get to enjoy the kinds of benefit of suppressed rates from all this beneficial electrification for longer. I'll stop talking.
Thanks, Michael. I'm excited to hear about what's going on in the EV world, and I know that WEX has done some amazing things lately to generate innovation and technology in that space. So, David, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm David Klein, and I run the venture capital arm of WEX. So why is WEX sponsoring an energy summit? WEX is a B2B payments company that specializes in mobility and actually serves 19 million vehicles with our fuel cards, so credit cards that fleets use to buy gasoline, and software that fleet managers use to manage all the expenses related to their fleet. Those 19 million vehicles, they cover some of the largest federal agency fleets, a majority of US state governments, large municipalities, national corporations, and then hundreds of thousands of small businesses around the US. And so with that customer base, we think we're in great position to kind of lead them through the journey of integrating EVs into their fleet and leading the energy transition there. As part of that, we know that while today we're an aggregator of fuel demand through our fuel card products, we're soon to become an aggregator of electricity demand. And so we know even beyond just helping fleets navigate that transition to mixed fleets, we have a role to play in supporting the grid and doing a lot of the things that these two guys were talking about. So that's what the venture arm at WEX is doing. It's thinking, where in this new value chain that WEX finds itself, in this energy value chain, do we think are the most compelling areas to play? How can we find startups that either bring new technologies to market that help our customers or help identify new business models for how we can participate in supporting the supply side of the energy market? So I know Michael touched on this a little bit, but On the right side here is a graph that actually speaks to that point you were making about the percent of new vehicle sales per year that are EV, and you said it kind of went from 5%, now it's a little under 10%. In a lot of Scandinavian countries and China, it's above 50% as well. And I put this graph up here because we've seen a lot of headlines about, oh, EV sales are slowing down. And so Nat Bullard from Bloomberg New Energy Finance put out a slide in his annual energy, annual review deck, and the headline was, no, EV sales are not slowing down, and this is that graph. So you can see EV sales are growing like a hockey stick, and they actually grew 50% year over year in the past year. And the blue is plug-in hybrid. The lighter blue is fully battery electric vehicles. So you can see it's about 80% battery electric. It's growing really fast. We have about 4 million EVs in the US today, and it's going to grow, depending on the estimate you look at, to about 30 to 40, some people even say up to 45 million EVs on the roads by 2030. So all that means is that EVs are driving a lot of electricity demand. Some people think it'll be about 5% of total US energy consumption by 2030. And so what are things that we are looking at as far as how can we contribute to supporting grid resiliency? We're looking at things like smart charging and demand management, which you all had touched on a bit. So we last year invested in a company called EV Energy that works with 40 US-based utilities to run their managed charging programs and facilitate all that vehicle grid interactivity. And they work with utilities like Con Ed and things like that. They work with Avangrid actually in Connecticut and New York. And so that's a channel that we're looking at is that smart charging and utility benefit programs. We're also looking at things like demand forecasting. How can we use this aggregation of data that we have about where fleets are today to help utilities predict in the long term where are charging depots and where are electric fleets likely to emerge in their service area so they can start to plan their long-term CapEx investments in improving the grid. We're also looking at near-term demand forecasting. How can we use our data to say what is the day-ahead energy demand going to be in a certain geography? And then we're also thinking about things in terms of how can we enroll our vehicles in flexibility markets and other forms of energy trading to take advantage of time of use rates, things like that, or supporting real-time balancing of the grid. So that's WEX. That's why we have a venture arm and why we're very excited to start to form partnerships with people in the energy sector. One last note, WEX's business today is very much driven by partnerships. We partner with 9 out of the 10 major oil companies, almost all the largest convenience store chains. So in the oil sector, we've built this kind of ubiquitous partnership ecosystem, and we intend to do the same in energy to facilitate that kind of seamless integration of EVs into the grid. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, David. Hans, Revision Energy has been talking about this longer than just about anybody in the room, so.
Hello.
You're up.
Wonderful. My name is Hans Alby. I'm a senior engineer for Revision Energy. Thanks for having us today. I've been with Revision Energy for about 17 years, and ever since the days when we were doing solar thermal, it seems like ancient history, and it is. We're really now an electrification company doing renewables, all from EV charging, PV, residential up to about 5 megawatt scale, heat pumps, air source heat pumps for space heating and water heating. All these technologies that people are talking about that are helping driving our demand, but also contributing to our reduction of fossil fuel use for that electrical demand. We're part of that process. So I'm an engineer. That means I'm an implementation person. I work with our customers, whether that businesses or residential folks, to try to solve their individual problems, meet their individual climate and energy goals. So my perspective is mostly from what's the technology that's available out that's still distributed in my book. And it means it matters where it is, it matters when it's operating, and you can improve your outcome in terms of controlling rates, which everyone here today has talked about the importance of. You can improve your rate control outcomes if you start to recognize some of those benefits. In our work with customers, the technology has many more capabilities than regulators typically recognize. Technology is preceding regulation, it's preceding rulemaking, it's preceding interconnection guidelines. And we think there's a lot of opportunity for utilities specifically, because that's what we're interfacing with when we talk about interconnection. We think there's a lot of opportunity for the technology that's available now, whether that's in smart inverters or in heat pumps that can be controlled to say when they operate or when they increase or decrease the load. Water heaters, EVs, we've already talked about, UV controllers when they charge and discharge. We think there's a lot of opportunity there, and we'd love to see more recognition of that potential when customers go to their utility and say, we want to do these things. That has been difficult, and we think there's more opportunity. There's been some progress with some changes to Maine's interconnection rules, Chapter 3.4, and definitely more recognition of the possibilities for storage, particularly behind meter storage, to act in a way that is smart and act in a way that benefits not just the customer, but also that customer interaction with the grid. Some of you in this room are probably aware that there are portions of the electric grid where it's very difficult to put new sources on. Those are also areas where it's probably likely it's going to be difficult to add substantial amounts of load. So linking those two things, not thinking about load and generation separately, but actually recognizing that they go together with two top sides of the same equation, I think is an opportunity for us to accelerate our adoption of electrification. It's not something that we only are thinking about in the 10 to 15 year, 20 year time scale. It's something that our customers are driving us to think about and solve right now. And that's exciting for us. After 17 years in the renewable business, it's very exciting to be at this period where a group like this comes together and recognizes that electrification is a really key part of our state's future. Yeah, it's a great part to be aware of.
Thanks, Hans. I'll kick off the questioning and then open it up to the audience. We all agree Maine is a leader on electrification, on beneficial electrification. We're being recognized all over the world for this. Just a couple of weeks ago, there was a New York Times article asking why Mainers are falling hard for heat pumps. So the word is out. We're a leader on this. Hans talked about some potential opportunities to do more. What else should we be doing to incentivize electrification to meet demand growth of the future? Are we doing everything that we need to do now? Are there some innovative ideas out there on what the state and the business community can do?
I'll jump in on that one. I don't know how innovative it is, and it's pretty darn boring, but rate design is incredibly important to get right in order to create incentives for people who've got heat pumps and EVs. And one of the interesting, more forward-thinking things that the state has done recently, the PUC approved special heat pump rate. I believe it's for both utilities that essentially moves around the charges so that those customers that adopt it pay more in the summer than they do in the winter for their TV charges. And right now with heat pumps, your electricity demand in the winter goes up a lot because you're heating your house with it. And over the course of the year, that structure has, I find that it's turned out to be very useful.
I'll jump in with a couple of observations. One is, to transform the marketplace, you need to sustain whatever the policies and programs you are using to stimulate things in that direction. You need to sustain them over time. You can't just ramp them up and ramp them down and yank them away. So that the people who, like the people in this room who have businesses and are trying to hire staff and make investments and be in a position to participate in that transition, they need to have some assurance that this is going to keep going for a while. We've been fortunate in this state to have very helpful policies adopted over time. And I think it was just a year ago that Maine adopted the Beneficial Electrification Policy Act, thanks to our friend Attorney Buxton and Benji and their colleagues' help, and also from Efficiency Maine and other stakeholders, to lock in a way to maintain the incentive programs we've been running, but to allow it to scale up. And so that Beneficial Electrification Policy Act is a critical step that we have taken, and I don't want to shock people, but the amount that we're spending to incentivize heat pumps in this state is tens of millions of dollars a year, and this is a pretty small state. That's a lot of money. So we're blessed to have the support of policymakers and the vision of various stakeholders to support that going forward. So that's going to be a big part of our plan for the next 5 years, to take this thing to scale. The other thing that picks up off of Hans's comment, to make this transition as affordable as it can be, we need to do everything we can to manage demand so that the strain that we place on the grid happens as far off into the next decade as possible and as slow as possible, because we're going to have to build more grid and more generation to accommodate all this electrification. That's good, but the longer we can push it out, the better. And we are bumping into policies and policies and things in the rate world and things in interconnection with the utility that are frustrating our ability to take advantage of all the demand management that we could. So it's really hard to get battery projects approved right now, and they have so much potential to bring so much value to our state in so many ways, and it's just too hard right now, and these are things that can be fixed.
Yeah, I agree with that. Policy, regulatory, sustainability and certainty is always a top issue for the business community, and making sure that these programs, as you mentioned, sustainability is one of 3 pillars of beneficial electrification. I see that as sustainability on the environmental side, but also sustainability in the policies and programs that Michael was talking about. David, did you have something else?
Sure, I'll add one thing that's not policy related. How do we get to 80% of new vehicle sales per year that are EVs? It's not going to happen with EVs that are over 50K MSRP. So that we'll have to have new models that are in the 30K range before we have mass market adoption. But there's reason to believe that will happen inevitably, because right now, if you were to produce a vehicle about 150 miles of range, you could do it at 30K. So I think, one, people will kind of realize, and automakers will realize, that that's actually a viable proposition for a large percentage of people. And 2, solar costs came down 10 times in the past 15 years. And so we would expect battery costs, the most expensive part of the EV, to follow a similar trajectory. That costs will come down a lot, and you'll start to see 30K or 20 to 30K EVs that will facilitate mass market adoption.
I could piggyback a little bit on what David just said as far as cost. In my 17 years in the PV industry, I think we put a PV array on this roof very beginning of my time with Revision Energy, and at that time we thought 180 watt modules were really fantastic. regularly installing 400 plus watt modules on customers' roofs these days. No one would have predicted that 10 years ago or 15 years ago. So I think it's easy to underestimate the potential of technology to really move much faster than expected. So I think it's incumbent on us to anticipate that as best we can through really pushing on these programs to expand access for EV charging. One of the things that stands in the way of that 150-mile range, that 30K and $30,000 EV, is range anxiety. I feel like I need to have a 300-mile range EV, and that's going to cost me a lot more than half that range. So if we can build up a charging network, I think that goes a long way toward reaching our goals. I also want to push a little bit on President Buren's statement. I think maybe misjudgment of the northern Maine population. I think they may be quite eager to adopt EVs. Anyone who's driven an electric F-150, I saw one out that said Versant Power on the side. They're pretty awesome. They're a great vehicle, and I think our folks who live in northern Maine are just as savvy about where they put their costs. If they can run a vehicle and charge it reliably for less money than it costs to run on fossil fuel, and it's also got more power, I think they're going to like that. And I think they're also going to like heat pumps for heating their homes. I think they don't like fossil fuels particularly. They just want something that works. If heat pumps work, and they do, then I think folks across Maine will adopt them. The last thing I want to mention is that all these things we're talking about are jobs. Right? This is all about economic development. As an employer in the state of Maine, I think we've really appreciated the support and recognition from the state government that workforce training is key. We have a saying in the company, electricians are going to save the world. I think that's true. I think it also goes for the folks who work on offshore wind. I live in Brooks, over near Belfast, just around the corner from Searsport. I'm really excited to see Searsport become a hub for offshore wind. I think that's going to be a fantastic economic driver for that Mid Coast area. All these things are all about economic development. They're jobs that can't be offshore. If you're putting panels on a roof, or installing a heat pump, or putting in a water heater, or doing all those other, installing an EV charger, that job is staying right here in Maine. There's also a lot of jobs, like my job, I sit at the desk, I look at screens a lot. There's lots of jobs in planning. Our utilities, the Public Utilities Commission, all of them are going to need lots of smart people who are thinking about these projects. Those are all economic drivers for the state of Maine. I think that is really important to keep in mind. There's a lot of emphasis on keeping costs down this morning, and I think that's important. But I think it's also incumbent on us to recognize that this is an opportunity for Maine to grow its economic base in a way that is really compatible with the new energy infrastructure and the new electrified future that we know we need to have. That's an exciting day for me.
Let's open it up to a couple of questions. From back there.
I'm Nancy Kim, and I'm an energy educator from the Woodcock area. I can remember when Central Maine Power gave incentives to people to conserve energy. I think that we live in a house that has 2 electric cars and 2 heat pumps, only one of which we use, and very well insulated. And we're putting in ourselves the next set of 5 new windows so that we can continue to tighten our envelope. I would like to see a more demand response strategies in place. I've been promoting electric school buses on the Thompson School Board. We have a growing number of electric cars. We're in buses. Massachusetts buses in Beverly are paid from 8 o'clock at night until 3 in the morning. They charge and they give energy back to the grid from 5 in the afternoon to 8 p.m. and make a lot of money because they're paid much more for electricity delivery at that time, and then charge a third the rate or much less during the night. We're adding electric school buses all around the rim of Maine and continue to do so with the help of the federal government. We need the time of day management. We need incentives for individuals to start thinking about energy and saving energy. I'd like to hear your ideas in these areas.
I totally agree. That was how I was thinking about answering the first question. I totally agree. And the companies that are facilitating that technology of how to use school buses to support the grid in off hours, those are the kind of companies that we want to invest in, because I think it's a huge opportunity.
We have time for one more question.
I was just going to follow up on the last one quickly, if that's all right.
Okay.
All right. Back to rate design, sorry. I agree also with what you said, and I think that highlights the importance of good rate design, and particularly cost causation principles. You can only effectively respond to price signals if you know what they're made up of. You need to understand what costs you're causing so you can control your own costs. And that gets into the nitty-gritty of rate design making, and that makes it really, really important for beneficial electrification and climate change.
And if I might, Jeff, Efficiency Maine did a study on the Wells and Guncoat School District, which has a bunch of electric school buses and is interested in doing a vehicle-to-grid pilot project. We could not proceed with that because it was going to take so long and be so expensive to figure out the grid interconnection. So it's not going to happen because of that. Now, there may be other reasons it might not work out too. Electric school buses are exquisitely expensive right now, so I don't see them taking off in the near future. But your point is right, that we need the ability to both manage it and take advantage of it to the maximum extent possible. It's barely possible right now because figuring out the grid interconnection is so complicated.
Thank you. Eric?
Sure. Each of you touched a little bit on technology. So I'm Eric Howard. I'm the director of the E2 Tech Council here in Maine. Whether it be heat pumps or electric vehicles or batteries or solar, each of those, a lot of those technologies are developed outside of Maine, sometimes even outside of the country. Another hat I wear is on the Environment Technology Board of the Maine Technology Institute. And I'd love to hear some comments about how Maine can develop more technologies here locally using funds from the MTI or other sources like the Germans or the WEX, which is also mentioned as sources of funding for technology innovation here in Maine.
Take a crack at that, I guess. Maine isn't always thought of as a manufacturing hub, but parts of it certainly have been in the past. Pardon me for riffing a little bit. I think certainly in the southern part of the state, and by our major rivers, there has been manufacturing in the past. Some of those facilities may be suitable, for manufacturing again. I'm not speaking from any position of authority, so pardon me, but I think there is a movement certainly to bring that technology manufacturing back into the country to some extent, as much as we can. It hasn't been discussed, to my knowledge, to bring it into the state, but I think it's certainly something that's interesting. I think it's in service of both national security to a large extent for electrifying and keeping costs within our regional area. One of the main benefits of getting rid of fossil fuel expenditures is that the majority of that money we spend on fossil fuel goes somewhere else. It's on the order of billions and billions of dollars a year that could be circulating within our own economy. And if we can not only bring the installation jobs, which is already happening, but bring some of the manufacturing jobs, boy, I think that would be fantastic. I don't have any expertise in that area though.
I'll just quickly chime in that I have no expertise in manufacturing, but I think looking at the speakers at this table, to my right and my left, you have two examples of really innovative entrepreneurial businesses that are figuring out how to do things in the service side with the technology and being national leaders in applications of new energy technology, and that may be our comparative advantage. I don't know enough to know whether we see that same opportunity on the manufacturing, but I really do see it on the service side and in the supply chain.
Thanks for your question, Eric. I have a response and it's macro level. It's not related to a specific technology, but I think the state needs to think long and hard about how we permit infrastructure, particularly essential energy infrastructure. And by way of example, naysayers may say that the impacts of EVs and solar is bad because you're mining lithium and cobalt in Africa. We have an opportunity to mine lithium and other precious minerals in the United States, even here in the state. If we do it here, we can regulate it the way we want to. We can create more jobs, and we can have part of the supply chain of making technology in Maine. But right now, it's very hard to build anything in the state.
Yeah, last point on this is that I meet people who have moved here recently to Maine who work in climate and electrification every week, and obviously this week I've met more than one because there's a lot of people here I've met. So I think Maine has the potential to be a regional hub of innovation in this space. I was a startup founder before working at WEX and went through Y Combinator, which is like a global accelerator program, and it's very hard to compete with an entity like that already has planted its flag as like a premier accelerator program, unless you choose a vertical where you can excel. And I think for Maine, climate tech can be a vertical where it excels, similar to how Boston has with life sciences and that kind of thing. That can be Maine's vertical. And the Rue Institute that's now launching a climate and AI accelerator, I think is evidence of that. I think it's a great plan. They started with Techstars and then said, okay, we don't need Techstars anymore, we'll do it ourselves. I think that was an amazing choice. They have a really talented team there, and we're supporting them as a partner in that. So there's a chance to be a hub. The other side of it, though, is we talk about how EV adoption, a lot of this electrification technology is much further ahead in Europe. So, of course, startups there are growing faster because they have a bigger market to go after today. So there's just an inevitability of, I meet startups all the time that are in Europe that are looking to expand to the US, and we can be a channel partner for them to do that. So that's just going to happen because of where the market is. But at the same time, I think we're starting to see signs that Maine is investing in making a regional innovation hub around this sector.
And let's end on optimism. Thank you.
We're going to jump right into our next panel. We're running a little bit behind, so I'll try to keep my opening remarks. I think it's a nice transition as we talk about electrification to energy storage. Energy storage has a lot of flavors to it, and I'm so appreciative of the diverse group of companies that are representing a lot of different aspects of storage, from long duration, distributed connected, transmission connected, and new technology that is emerging. To begin with, I had the opportunity in Massachusetts. Energy storage was the top priority of the Baker-Polito administration, and there's a basic aspect and that needs to be clarified, that power and capacity are very different. The question was asked earlier about megawatt hours. It is incredibly ingrained into me to think about storage in megawatt hours and not in capacity. And secondly, how fundamental it is from a distributed energy, from energy efficiency. We put out a report for 20 recommendations for energy storage, and a lot of it was definitions. How do you make sure that energy storage is integrated into your existing energy landscape? The amount of interest in energy storage has been massive. And as Dan Burgess pointed out, we're seeing a transition to a market where significant amount of battery storage is clearing in the ICE and New England capacity market. We've seen it be applied in California and Texas for reliability events. It really is, for those who've been working on energy policy, just an incredible testament to American innovation that we are at the cusp of having an advancement of energy storage over this next decade. I will quickly get into this conversation. I'm so excited to have this panel here. Just moving down, we have Sarah Jackson, who is the policy manager at Form Energy. We have Paul Williamson, who is president of Key Capture Energy. We have, Sean Burke, who's policy manager at Blue Wave, and Kyle Collins, who is director of business development at Hydro-Quebec. We're going to start, why don't we start with Sarah, if we could go down the line, starting with Sarah with Form Energy. Sarah.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you to the Chamber for inviting me and having this panel. I'm really excited to talk about storage, as always. So Form Energy is an American technology and manufacturing company. We are commercializing a new type of storage technology that is based on iron-air chemistry. We make energy from rusting iron. I think that's the coolest thing. But I think the really cool part about this technology is that it can store and then discharge energy for 100 hours straight. That sets us apart from a lot of storage that's on the system now, or that's in the queue, because we can provide energy over these extended periods. So essentially more than 4 days you can get energy from our batteries. We chose this technology largely because it is an abundantly available material, it is very safe, it's also an extremely low cost material, and so that really appealed to us. We knew if we wanted to solve this problem of needing energy storage and needing it over long periods of time, that we would have to have something that was low cost, scalable, safe. It's also highly recyclable, being made from iron. Our batteries are being manufactured right here in America. We started as a small company in Massachusetts, but we now have offices across the country, and our first full-scale manufacturing facility is nearing completion in Weirton, West Virginia, where we'll be starting to roll out batteries this year. It'll be really exciting. Those batteries will be going to a couple of states first. So our first projects will be built in Minnesota, so we can handle the cold. In Texas, we can handle the hot. We'll have some in Colorado, on the list, Georgia, Virginia, California, New York. I hope maybe Maine someday. I was asked to sort of set up a challenge or problem statement that our technology solves, and I think we've heard a lot today about reliability and the challenges we face in New England around wintertime peaks and needs, and as we transition to clean energy, we're going to be depending a lot more, we hope, right, on renewable technologies, but those technologies aren't available on demand. If the sun's not shining or the wind isn't blowing, everybody loves to say that, we don't have energy in that future. So we really need storage of all kinds to be able to back up the system, keep us having cheap, reliable energy, and provide for that clean energy future that we're all looking forward to. I think one other thing I want to point out that's particularly compelling here is there's a lot of transmission challenges here in Maine, in New England, and across the country, but I think we feel it really starkly here. There's a lot of challenges for new resources coming online and being able to fully participate in the energy markets because we have a tough time with existing transmission. And I don't know if you know, but building new transmission in Maine is kind of a tough thing too. So, one of the things that I think energy storage of all the kinds that we have here can do is to help alleviate some of those challenges while we're figuring out how to recreate the grid and restructure it for this clean energy future. I'm going to stop there because I have lots more notes, but think that's my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Sarah. Paul?
Thank you, Patrick. First, let me make a real quick correction. Unless there's been a promotion this morning that I'm not aware of, that I'm not the president of Key Capture Energy. I'm the manager of our New England development. And so, just a small correction. And also, before I get into comments on Key Capture, I just want to make a little bit of a plug. We are huge fans of Form Energy. Not just because of duration, but also because of the new technology that they're introducing, and we're really looking forward to being able to work with the company and their product in the future. If any of you are interested in really learning more, not just about how their technology might make a huge impact, but also kind of really thinking about the bigger picture of all of these things. Right now, On Point is airing a 5-part series on where the materials for clean energy come from. And it's very informative, and it kind of helps illustrate why coming up with technologies based on iron rather than rare materials makes a huge difference. So getting back to Key Capture Energy, we're a national company. We have interests in Texas, New York, the Southeast, California, the Midwest, and here in New England. In New England, we have interests right now under development in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Maine. When we rank those as far as our level of activity right now, Connecticut is leading the way, and that's basically because of policy that is put in place to procure and incentivize electricity from battery energy storage. That's their state is really leading New England. Right now, Massachusetts and Maine, both states have programs that are under development potentially to incentivize or procure electricity from large-scale storage, but those aren't in place just yet, and so we're kind of following the market development. We develop large-scale energy storage, so most of our energy storage is 20 to 400 megawatts. In Connecticut, we do have a small package, a small portfolio of 5 megawatt projects. We are technology ambivalent, or maybe not ambivalent, it's not the right word, but neutral. And we use a variety of different packages. When we talk about the challenge statement, and one of the things that our company is bringing to the table right now nationally, this is one thing to have a battery, but the market that you need to respond to when you're operating a battery system is constantly changing. And to make batteries affordable, you really need to be able to respond to market forces on a minute-by-minute basis. And we've developed new software that's proprietary that really allows us to adjust battery performance on a minute-by-minute basis, depending on what's happening in the grid, in the local grid. And that's really necessary. Taking a step back and thinking about this globally, when we look at energy storage in New England right now, there are 2 major impedances. One, we've already kind of heard some commentary on interconnection. Interconnection isn't difficult. I mean, it's difficult for any kind of new generation resource in New England, but it's extraordinarily difficult for battery, because the way interconnection studies battery right now is the opposite of how we would operate a battery. So if you envision, what do we want to do with a battery? Well, we want to absorb excess energy that's coming from our renewable energy resources and then give it to excess load when there's really high demand. Well, if I go and I take my battery and I put it by those renewable energy resources and I try to interconnect it there, either the utility or ISO New England is going to say, if you want to put it there, you need to upgrade all these lines because you're adding extra generation to that part of the system. They're thinking that we're going to go ahead and release all our electricity when all the generators are operating. Every practical person in the room right now knows that that's actually the time when I want to absorb that electricity. If I go and I put my battery beside a large manufacturing plant, ISO New England is going to say, or the utility is going to say, you need to upgrade all the lines around here in the substations because you're adding extra load to the system because you're going to charge at the same time that those manufacturing plants are all coming online. Well, no, that's when I would want to discharge. And because this is the way it's getting studied, it's very hard to locate a battery in New England. So that's the interconnection issue. And that whole idea that's been introduced today about dynamic performance is extraordinarily important if we're really going to see all of the benefits that come out of storage. And then the other part of the problem in New England is a market problem. We've heard some commentary today earlier about rate, the rate structure. Right now, there is not much difference in New England for the cost of energy when it's highly available versus when it's not highly available. The difference between those two periods is relatively flat. And so if you kind of think about it, the best example I can give you is imagine if I go into Hannaford and I buy myself a Pepsi and then I come out and my business plan is to sell that Pepsi in front of Hannaford. I'm not going to really make any money doing that, am I? But that's the way the market in New England is currently shaped. So if there's not going to be some kind of rate structure that allows me to buy low and sell high, then we need some kind of an artificial market that is created by the states that incentivize me because I'm going to provide a whole lot of other benefits that can't be monetized down the system. And so those are some fundamental issues that we really need to address if we're going to realize the benefits of storage in New England.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you all. My name is Sean Burke. I work for Blue Wave. I'm really excited to be part of this panel today. It's exciting to be part of an industry where, despite all of us working in the same industry and doing something slightly different within it, we're not necessarily competing for the same pie. We know that we're going to have energy storage of all different types, long duration transmission, and our focus in Maine is on distribution scale. So projects sited on the distribution system, typically about 5 megawatts. Blue Wave is, our bread and butter is as a solar developer. We've developed about half a dozen sites in Maine and many more across the Northeast. But we've also realized that energy storage is a critical piece of the energy transition and a critical piece of us continuing to develop our solar projects cost effectively and reliably. We need energy storage. And so our focus in Maine is on distribution scale, as I said. We have about a dozen sites that we were ready to develop whenever there's the program for us to do so. And it's really a similar problem to what Paul was talking about, but even compounded on the distribution system, where the utilities are charged, we exist in a paradigm where you're either a generator or you're load, but for energy storage, we're both. And when we try to site on the distribution system, we are imposed charging costs similar to any other load customer like a Walmart. And then we don't get really the full value of discharging onto the distribution system for providing distribution and other benefits. So we need to rethink, as the first panel was saying, rate design and really taking into account the flexibility of energy storage to charge or not charge, and then discharge or not discharge when it is beneficial for the system to do so. And we've seen in other states that have undertaken this effort. Paul mentioned Connecticut. They're very far down the path of implementing a program, and the benefits, when you're looking only at ratepayer costs and benefits, so discounting societal benefits of greenhouse gases or economic development, just ratepayer benefits are, with a substantial incentive, $1.5 of benefits to $1 in cost at a minimum. So it's a really substantially beneficial program that's going to be necessary for us to reliably and cost effectively decarbonize our economy.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kyle Collins. I'm the Director of Business Development for Hydro-Quebec. I think I bring a little bit of a unique perspective to this discussion. So when we think about the future of storage, and particularly Hydro-Quebec, it's really about how do we use Quebec hydropower paired with bidirectional transmission to essentially more effectively balance and store renewable generation across the entire Northeast, and largely in pursuit of decarbonization. So I'll get into what I mean by that, but just to quickly set the stage, give a brief description of Hydro-Quebec, who we are, and what we do in U.S. markets. So a lot of people know Hydro-Quebec. We're one of the largest We have a portfolio comprised of about 37 gigawatts of capacity, but nearly 100% of that is renewable energy, largely in the form of large-scale hydropower. This hydropower is clean, right? It has an emissions profile similar to wind and solar. It's also highly controllable, which means we can dispatch it to provide big, firm blocks of clean energy like a nuclear power plant, or conversely, it can be dispatched very rapidly up and down to meet changes in demand and provide a lot of the flexibility that's currently offered by the natural gas system in ICE and New England. But kind of bringing it back to this discussion is we can store energy in the form of water. So using our large interconnected reservoir storage-based system, we can store about 177 million megawatt hours of energy, which is roughly 1.5 times the total electricity demand that New England uses over the course of the year. And we can store this for minutes, hours, days, or even across seasons. And it's this type of really efficient, long-duration storage that becomes increasingly valuable as regions like New England seek to achieve very deep levels of decarbonization. So that's kind of how we look at the future for Hydro-Quebec in New England, but we do a lot in the region today. So currently using our existing interties, we deliver about 16 million megawatt hours of clean energy to New England. So roughly 12% of New England's annual electricity demand. And we're currently working to expand this clean energy partnership through the development of the New England Clean Energy Connect project, which is a 1,200 megawatt HVDC transmission project between Quebec and New England, interconnected in Lewiston, Maine. So with the project, Hydro-Quebec will deliver about 9.5 million megawatt hours of renewable energy to New England each year over the course of a 20-year contract in Massachusetts. The way the project works is Hydro-Quebec will supply the energy, we'll develop the transmission on the Quebec side of the border, and then our U.S. transmission development partner, Avangrid, will develop on the New England side of the border. Construction of the project is currently underway, and we expect it to begin operation in 2025. But going forward, we see a very different dynamic. So historically, energy flows have virtually in all hours been from Quebec to New England. But going forward, we see an evolution where a lot of that's going to be two-way flow of electricity between the two regions. And really this is being driven by changes in New England to add a lot of renewable energy to the system. So as you add a lot of renewable energy, largely in the form of wind and solar, you add that on top of the existing nuclear and hydro generation within the region, and there's just going to be periods where there's more generation than the load can absorb net out, which means that excess generation either needs to be imported or exported outside of New England, where New England loses the benefit, or even worse, it's curtailed, which means it's simply just wasted. And then the second issue is the opposite, where there's going to be lulls in wind and solar production, such that you're going to need something else to step in and reliably serve the demand. And these lulls can be for a couple of hours or up to a couple of days in duration. So you're going to need some sort of flexible, dispatchable, reliable generation to fill that gap. And conventionally, that's done by natural gas. But as the states look to achieve very deep decarbonization within their economies, it's going to have to be something else. So I guess just to kind of wrap this up, the point I want to make is Hydro-Quebec can help address both of these needs. So the first one, use bidirectional transmission to absorb excess production when it's available on the ICE and New England grid, preventing these resources from being curtailed. We can store that energy in our reservoirs, once again for an hour, a day, a month, or a season, and then we'll deliver it back to New England when the opposite is true. When there's high demand and low renewable production, and you otherwise need to dispatch probably very expensive, highly emitting generation. So I'll stop there and look forward to the discussion.
Well, thank you all. Maybe to begin, just challenge an assumption here that we just had the capacity market, we saw the results, storage performed very well. Secondly, we're seeing a changing electrical mix that does not have as arbitrage opportunities today, but with additional solar, additional offshore wind, we might really see some negative pricing. Now, could you just challenge, why do the states need to intervene if what is emerging may provide additional opportunities for storage? Do we have the organic fundamentals right in New England?
So
I can happily say that our company is one of the companies that recently took capacity obligations. And when you look at that, quite frankly, our strategy is looking at this with a 3-year horizon, because those capacity obligations are for 3 years from now. And we're looking at the development of state policy with the expectation and assumption that state policy will be in place by the time that we get to that capacity obligation to allow us to build and operate the projects. And currently, if I had to bring that project online immediately right now, and all I had was the merchant market and the capacity market, I couldn't make the project pencil.
We also were lucky to be one of the ones that was awarded a capacity supply obligation about a month ago at this point, but it was a project in Massachusetts where the state policy is available. And I want to maybe expand on the comments that I started off with on rate design being a barrier for distribution scale resources. The revenue side is also a challenge in that we provide a lot of distribution benefits that aren't compensated. So we're not asking for a subsidy on the energy storage, but for compensation for the value that we can provide. And also state policies can encourage us to operate in ways that deepen that value. So without state policy, we would follow just the ISO signals for distribution scale batteries, which might not be the right operating profile for a resource that wants to deliver reliability to the distribution system or offset distribution upgrades. So the state policy can both ensure that the projects get developed and deliver the benefits that we can, and also we operate the way that the state wants us to deliver the benefits that the state prefers.
And I'll just say for our technology, we had not even considered looking in organized markets until state policies started coming up that would support our tech. Our cost profiles are very different from lithium ion. We would not be compensated for much of the value we provide. Reliability, clean, firm, dispatchable, that kind of product isn't paid for in the markets right now. And so I think those developments would have to move forward. I think you'll notice a pattern in the states where I said we are building our first projects, other than California and New York, who have specific incentive programs for our technology. The other states are all vertically integrated, and we're doing those projects through utilities who are able to optimize their entire portfolios and see the value and are able to realize the value of including long duration storage. So I think there's still a long way to go in New England and PJM and other organized markets to get the sort of proper valuation of these kinds of techs.
Yeah, I'll piggyback and agree. I think wholesale markets and LMPs and energy markets, they're just not designed to meet certain policy objectives, right? If we displace a ton of CO2, how is that embedded in value? The other point I would raise is one of timing, which is I think wholesale markets are going to evolve. I think ancillary services are going to be introduced that do provide some of these values, but a timing challenge is going to persist in that making an investment that requires 5, 10, 15, 20 years to recover, doing that based purely on the wholesale spot market, revenues is incredibly difficult, if not impossible. So that's where the states have traditionally been able to step in and provide that long-term contracts that provide that revenue certainty and durability that enable these types of investments.
Yeah, let me just piggyback on that timing issue as well. It's not just on the return on your investment. There's also the certainty, developing a project and actually building a project before you bring it online. You're talking about a huge amount of investment. And if I don't have the certainty that I have, some kind of an offtake for my electricity down the line, when do I make that investment during this probably 6-year development period to start a project to finishing the project and building the project? Just a modest project permitting process costs $300,000. When do I make that decision if I don't have some type of certainty that there'll be a market there for me?
It was a
discussed earlier about the state of Maine's procurement having comments due at the end of this month. I saw this morning that an event that would have been very surprising 10 years ago is, I believe, our peak or our lowest level of demand today is about in an hour. A peak, a lowest load in the middle of the day correlated with solar production. We're also moving forward with huge additional procurements on the renewable side and then a storage side. Does it make sense to harmonize these? Should they really be thought of as independent to integrate renewables most cost effectively?
I can take a first shot at that. Mostly because I think they can be independent, but they should be planned for sort of collectively. Dan mentioned the 2040 climate plan that they're working on in Maine. I think one of the really important ways to look at it is what is the right mix we want to see that is going to help us optimize all these new resources we're investing in. How do we optimize the money we're spending as a state? How do we build the right things? And you can't always dictate exactly what you're going to build, when, where. But I think having a sense for what you need will help you design the right policies to get there. You know, we put out a study last fall that shows the value of long duration storage or multi-day storage for New England, that shows that if you're to include long duration storage with shorter duration and with all the other wind and solar we're trying to build, you can actually reduce the total bill you have to put in over the years in order to achieve a net zero future. And that was a 50% reduction in our study of how much you have to build. And, you know, Form Energy, having a study that says Form Energy is great is one thing, but ISO New England just released a sensitivity, I think it was last week or the week before, that showed virtually the same findings. If you include long duration storage, you reduce the total amount of resources we have to build out in order to achieve our clean energy goals. And you save billions of dollars doing it. I think it's really important, and it's not just multi-day, I'm highlighting multi-day, but it's all the storage types that are included in that piece. So I think there's a really important element of the ones who sort of sit up here and say which policies we're going to put in place should have a higher level view of what the goal needs to be, and then set those policies in place so that we get the right resources and that they're all coming in the time frame that we need them.
Yeah, if I could just jump on that. I agree 100%. I think there needs to be a very high level of planning and coordination between the renewable build-out and the types of resources that you need to optimize those. And by optimize, I mean pair that production with when it occurs, with when you're going to have high demand in New England. And I think with beneficial electrification, there's going to be a bit of a divergence between the types of renewable resources that are going to come online and when that energy is going to be needed. And just to make reference to the pilot study, there was also a part of that study was looking at, okay, what if we hypothetically developed 2.5 gigawatts of additional bidirectional transmission with Quebec and New England? And what would that mean in terms of meeting our emission goals in 2040 and 2050? And essentially what the pilot study said was that by 2040, with this additional bidirectional transmission, you could avoid about 45% of the build-out of the renewable resources that you would need to achieve the same level of emission reductions. So to me, this whole thing only works if it's affordable. And doing this in the most cost-optimal way serves everyone's interest, but there's going to need to be planning and coordination to achieve that.
If I can just add on the distribution system, there's a lot of build out of solar, and in order to deepen the value of that solar, we need storage either paired or standalone to absorb that energy that's being produced in the distribution system. And as we build out EVs and heat pumps, shift that solar production to when it's most needed. You saw the chart that winter demand is growing, huge, and summer demand is still growing as well. Shifting that energy that's produced during the day to when it's really needed at night is going to be important to reliably and cost effectively decarbonize.
A couple of quick comments. First, I'm going to jump on my little soapbox because whenever we talk about procurement or anything like that, I'm not a big fan of procurements because what that does is it creates a boom and bust cycle, whether or not it's for renewable or for energy storage. You know, everybody who's got a project that's under development throws their hat into the ring, and if they get chosen, fantastic. And if they didn't get chosen, they don't know what the next opportunity is coming down the line. So you don't have a very smooth line for development and investment in the state when you just do procurement. So I really like states in New England to think about programmatic opportunities, and also for the states to work together in this, because buying electricity in any one state, you know, actually has an effect on all 6 states. So that's one issue that I just wanted to comment on. And then also, I fully agree that it can be done separately, but that you need to take it into consideration. But in specific cases, it really makes a whole lot of sense to look at battery and renewable procurement at the same time. And a great example of that is the recent activities around the Northern Maine transmission line. Sustainable Energy Advantage did a study, and this was actually just profiled by U2Tech on a webinar. And Sustainable Energy Advantage found that if you chose multiple different types of renewable energy generation for that power line, oversubscribed it, and included storage, it would create huge cost savings for all of New England. But what we ended up with was a 1,200 megawatt line, and it shows that one project for 1,000 megawatts that was chosen for that line, no storage included, and so that was extraordinarily expensive. There's an opportunity to redo this, and hopefully when this is done the second time, the PUC will kind of think about how to be more flexible in how they choose this and get greater efficiencies.
There was a comment earlier that customers need to have better price signals to respond to real-time pricing. There's been a lot of discussion at NECPUC of best practices for distributed energy resources and price signals there. We obviously saw the consequences of a policy change in California. Huge pullback in the amount of solar distributed, but I think they're up to about 45% of all solar that is distributed, that is installed now, is paired with storage. What's the right balance for New England right now as we start to think about where we are with the penetration of distributed energy resources? Should we have more price signals for people to integrate storage into their system?
Yes. We're focused on front of the meter. I don't want to speak for the behind the meter folks, because a lot of the value for behind the meter comes from offsetting demand charges for those customers. But for front of the meter, the demand charges are really the problem for us. We charge once overnight, and we're paying the full demand charge that we would pay even if we were charging on peak. So it's a real challenge for development that doesn't have load to offset and creates load itself, but also creates the generation. So more sophisticated price signals is probably like 90% of what I do is trying to encourage that. It's a slog, but we're making a ton of progress in states like Massachusetts and Connecticut, where we've actually had incredibly productive conversations with utilities to develop rate designs specifically for front-of-the-meter energy storage that both account for the utility's true cost for our charging, but also recognize that we can charge in any way that is least cost on the system. If they just give us the signals to do so, we'll do that. So we're making great progress, and hopefully we can do that in Maine as well.
I'm going to open up to one question from the audience. Before I do form, what is the pathway to installing your technology in a restructured market like New England?
Besides procurements. I think a number of people have mentioned the need for sort of this clean, firm. I think somebody earlier said baseload, but I would argue with that and say it doesn't need to be baseload as much as it needs to be load following or dispatchable because of the resources we're getting. So I think if we're looking longer term, energy markets, how will they support us? Paying for that reliability service, paying for that duration and that ability to perform in support of the new resources we have is going to be the sort of best way to have the market support those resources. And it's not just about form. I think you see other technologies that can participate in a clean, firm, dispatchable market. And I don't know, we pay a lot of a lot of money for winter reliability that isn't part of the market now. I think we should, I know there's a lot of products out there that people have been working on, and I know you worked on some in Massachusetts around the forward and clean energy market, but I think that there's ways that the market can be adjusted, including, I think, Patty, you mentioned ancillary services that could be added. There's a lot of things that could come together to really pay for what products like ours are providing. So thanks for that.
Question, Tom?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not suggesting this would be a universal solution, but I noticed one of the concerns was raised was the need for interconnection study, new interconnection study if you're putting storage. But what are the opportunities for co-locating the storage with either an existing or new either generation facility or manufacturing facility and putting it all behind the interconnection point? Because the generation battery would always look like generation, so you wouldn't have to redo that study. And manufacturing storage plus storage would always look like load, so you presumably wouldn't have to redo that study.
Yeah, that certainly, in other states, most of our projects are solar plus storage from the outset because there is the incentive and the compensation to develop the storage in addition to the solar. So we'll clip the excess solar energy above the interconnection capacity and then send that out later on and are paid to do so. Without the compensation in the form of public policy, it's tough to justify that because it is a significant additional cost in savings on the interconnect. You're still paying the same full interconnection cost to the 5 megawatts, but the incremental value you get from the storage without policy support isn't enough to justify adding the storage. But then there's also the opportunity to add it nearby, right, and absorb that excess energy. But then you're going through 2 interconnection studies.
And I would also add that that's, while that's part of the solution, it's a very small scale part of the solution. And it doesn't really, one of the things that standalone storage and larger storage allows you to do is it allows you to charge and discharge for a variety of different resources, not just one. And so when you have wind, offshore wind, solar, hydropower all operating at different times of the day, that's where it's really valuable to be able to do a larger storage system that's on the grid that can respond to the opportunities from those variety of resources.
Tom, you are right. I mean, we do have the NextEra facility on Cousins Island. Secondly, I know Calpine has pursued it with their Weymouth natural gas. Incidentally, the reason that has not moved forward is permitting opposition, which is sort of interesting when you think about an existing natural gas system that would be dispatched less. But that is a whole other conversation of permitting this infrastructure. And I will say that I think Maine has a huge opportunity as being welcoming for this type of resource, for capacity resources, and to be welcoming to the site. We have one that's under construction right now, I think, in Westbrook. Any last question? We have about a minute left. If not, please join me in thanking our panelists for an excellent discussion. So we're very appreciative for our next speaker, Pedro Mazagra Velasquez, the Chief Executive and a member of the Board of Directors of Avangrid. He is the President of Avangrid, all the utilities, one of the largest developers of renewables in the country. For those who've been following energy, he is not new to the Northeast. Previously, he served as the Chief Development Officer since 2008, and was a member of the Executive Committee of Iberdrola. Among other roles, he previously was in charge of the U.S. business of Iberdrola Group and served as the Director of Strategy, responsible for the M&A activities of the Iberdrola Group. Served as a member of the Board of the Directors for Energy East, Rochester Gas and Electric, New York States Electric and Gas Corporation, Iberdrola, Portugal, and Burgess. He has been at the forefront of navigating what has been an incredibly dynamic period in ensuring that we move forward with our clean energy future during a changing period of interest rates, a changing period of inflation, while also bringing deployment to scale for ratepayers. Please join me in welcoming Pedro to the stage for a few remarks about his outlook on renewables, the clean energy sector, and the utilities future. Pedro.
Thank you very much, Patrick, and a pleasure to work with you in Massachusetts, and congratulations for being here. And next time I'll give you a shorter curriculum, so you don't need to say that much about me, because I'm not a relevant person here. So thank you, and a pleasure to be here, as always. I'm in Maine quite often, I live here, so I think it's a pleasure always for me to be and do business in Maine. I think good afternoon to all of you. I think you are all very keen on energy. I think some of us have been with this for some decades, and much more alone than probably we are right now. I think back in late 90s and early 2000s when we started doing at the group level renewables, I mean, I didn't see anybody green, I didn't see anybody supporting us, and we were very alone. Okay, so now it's very nice to see so many people keen on green. And I would say it's very important to be keen on renewables, but also long-term committed. You know, renewables is not just you buy and sell. I think you buy, you create jobs, and you stay. And sometimes you need to sell for financial reasons, but in general, you know, in our case, we have more than 40,000 megawatts globally right now of green energy. So I think we are doing our best to change the world in that dynamic, which is not easy, and especially in these times when, you know, prices go up for wars and other things. Very easy to use again, you know, the price as the reason not to continue some of the trends that are happening or were happening, and we just need to continue. I think, you know, it's the only way to do it. I think CNP, our utility here in Maine, it's a pleasure to see a company with more than 125 years, you know, this year. So I think they've been doing an excellent job for more than a century. So it seems like yesterday, but you know, that's why I always say that people who have been doing that for more than a century deserve award recognition. They're women and men for many, many years. I think the Maine's power grid continues to be an important thing, as it is almost anywhere. Okay, if you were to see right now what's going on in DC, transmission is one of the key topics, where they are almost weekly, you know, trying to get permitting and other things to go in the right direction for our projects, for the US, for the energy availability. Same issue in Brussels, they just got, you know, an accelerated permitting for transmission. So it seems like the same issues are happening, you know, everywhere. When you think about the customers, there is clearly a change. I think we were surprised 15 years ago when we started doing business in Maine, how many people use oil to basically get the heating during the winter. And it was unbelievable, you know, to know that. And those numbers are changing, slowly, but they're changing. And it seems, you know, very good, you know, to have heat pumps right now, you know, to have electrification in many parts of the customers, of the economy. And that's a trend that has not come back. You know, ESG right now seems to be a little bit not fashionable any longer. We're used to that. That's why, you know, welcome to the club of ups and downs. But the important thing is not to stop. Okay, you may have to delay or stop a little bit, or slow down a little bit, but never stop. That's why now we have several, you know, challenges. I think our objective has always been, you know, to put, you know, as reliable and resilience and, you know, good customer service on the table, and taking care of the rates. You know, rates are important. As I always say, you know, when you are in upstate New York, many people think that, you know, our networks there are, you know, tier one, you know, the most advanced networks in the world. Out of all the business that we do in Brazil, in the UK, in Spain, and the rest of the US, they are the most obsolete. You know, 20-30% of our networks in New York are more than 60 years old. 60. They were built in the 50s and the 60s. And at that time, they were the best in the world. Not any longer. I usually make, you know, this comment, which is not a joke. It's a real comment, like, you know, do you have a house in upstate New York? When I meet with legislators and leadership in the state, and they say, oh yes, I do. And I say, when you look through the window, do you see a pole? And they say, yes. Okay, so you are not in Sao Paulo. You are not in Scotland. You may be in upstate New York. Do you see a concrete pole, or do you see a wooden pole? And then the answer is wooden pole. And I say, well, then you are in upstate New York. You are not in many other places that you don't have that any longer. So that's why I think the transition is also something that needs to be affordable. It's very easy to say that change the network in a second, but, you know, back in the 60s, the federal government and others put the money. It was not just the customers. So you need to balance, and it's not easy when you have those type of networks and you have an additional demand and additional electrification in the economy. So it's, we always need to balance everything. Climate change, for us is critical. We're very proud of the work that we have been doing. I always say that I encourage people when their fight is to do a 1 or 1.5 megawatt solar community project. It's as important as those of us doing 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 a year. So that's why if anybody tries to say that we're not committing to climate change or renewables development, please let's have a conversation whenever you want. Okay? Because I think we're very alone in many of the fights with the big guys who really oppose that. And I think we're used to those fights and we will continue. We're not scared of those fights and we try our best to do. Our commitments haven't quit at the US level, remain there. We're the third largest renewable company in the US. I think last year we approved and we started construction more than 500 megawatts. And right now in the first 2 months we have approved and started also an additional 400 megawatts. So as you can see, we do not stop. And that's why we continue, and we believe that the combination of improvement in networks and improvement in renewables is our task for the last 20 years, so we're going to continue doing that. I think, for example, we submitted in 23, at the end of 23, in a climate change protection plan to the Maine Public Commission here, Public Utility Commission here in Maine. I think we tried that our resiliency efforts at CMP go in the right direction to make sure that distribution circuits, transmission lines, substations, and many other investments that are needed continue to allow capacity, continue to allow demand, etc., to grow. I think this will allow a more resilient and sustainable network with additional capacity, in this case, for Maine use, or if needed, for other states, also to benefit from that. But in this case, just with the amount we have here in Maine, it's more than enough. I think I like a lot, our governor in Maine, Governor Mills, when she was giving, the state of the state address, and it was very nice, when basically she referred to the federal government help and the support of the legislature, and then she was basically, trying to say that, we're trying to build a future together, which is not easy in this topic, and I agree. I mean, I think unless we all work together, it doesn't work. You can be opportunistic, and I think you can benefit for yourself, but you're not really creating something sustainable and massive. I think Patrick knows our work, in offshore is not easy. It has been, a difficult task. I think, I started doing offshore back in 2008 in the UK for the first time, so I know a little bit about offshore and how difficult it is to create a supply chain, how difficult it is to get it done. But it was the same issue back in 2001 with our first strategic plan that we put renewables on the table. For the first time, we got started in '98, doing renewables. It was interesting. We started doing renewables because of the Kenetech bankruptcy. If anybody knows Kenetech, there was a turbine manufacturer out of which Vestas and Gamesa were created, and the license. And I was working in a bank, in that bankruptcy, and I joined Iberdrola. And then I said, I think we should focus on renewables. And my chairman in the 2001 plan, he actually put that on the table, and it's beautiful to see now the vision we had at that time. By the way, as I said before, very real. I think Governor Mills, in my opinion, is totally right. Things that she's been saying about the federal government support, etc. As you know, we have 10 billion in the GRIP program. I think those billions look very nice, but we always like to go and touch specific things. I think in our case, we've been awarded right now 30 million for CMP. So as you can see, we focus on getting money where we can. And that's a must in the organization, and we're going to continue doing so. Economic growth and electrification is together. Okay, if anybody tries to separate them, it doesn't work. We are trying here to prepare for the future. It's not easy because many times, as you know, people just focus on today. And the polls and elections and leadership in the companies sometimes are very minded and just focus on the short term, and that's not the approach. I think we need to put the tools to make sure that everything becomes available for renewables development, for electrification of the economy, and a much greener work than the one we have right now. I think that CMP right now, the estimate is that probably peak demand is going to grow 40 to 70% in the upcoming years. That's a huge amount. That's why I think we need to have the networks, by 35, to allow that peak demand. And you may be wrong a little bit, but I don't think we're going to be wrong, 10 or 15% in those numbers. So that's why the investments needed in networks, the investment needed in generation that basically will have to flow. as you can see, are going to be very, very important. And those upgrades that we're seeing right now is probably 20-30% of the distribution circuits, 30-45% of our substations, in order to be able to go with that demand increase. So that's the reason why all the numbers are very big. You're hearing some numbers here. If you were to be looking at our rate case that we just got approved in New York, that's 7 to 9 billion investments approved. So that very old system, finally, people realize, are you going to have data centers being installed in upstate New York? No. Are you going to have electrification, supply chain, manufacturing facilities? No. Why? Because you need energy. You need networks that allow that energy to flow. And those companies that we do business with, Metas, Googles, and many others like those ones that are putting many of those systems right now, none of them are being in the agenda for us with them in some states. And that's why it's always late? No, I think it's always the right time to change things. And it seems to me that some of the numbers we are seeing right now, in Maine, for example, we have interconnected more than 500 megawatts of renewable energy in the past years, which I think since 2020, that's a big amount. We'd love to do thousands, but I think to have 500 megawatts installed seems to me something that probably more or less is like 100,000 homes, being served now, with green energy. So those are big numbers. So we need to continue. I think in our case, we are happy to help in any front. I think we're trying to help the US, the Northeast in renewable energy. I think we're trying to help the networks in where we are in our territories, which, I think, as you know, we are in a very obsolete networks. They have a lot of history. There is also a history for decades of lack of investments because people were focused just on the rates, which we don't decide that, but that's the way it has been. And that's why you end up in situations like these ones. And I think in the case of CMP, I'm very pleased about the work I think Joe and the team has been doing. Joe on the media side. I think I have Lynn on our government affairs, Linda on customer service, Renee on the union side. I think it's a very nice team, and they work together very, very well. I think to be chosen last year, or this year, I don't know exactly, if it's for this year versus last year, one of the best companies to work with, in Maine, I think is very nice, to see that. I think to have our women and men, fixing the storms that we've been doing now, non-stop in a second, although somebody may argue, about those costs, but, I always say, the politicians need to tell us, do you want electricity back ASAP or do you want to take 2 weeks? But we're not the ones to decide, it's them to decide. And if they're comfortable to tell the consumers that it may take 2 weeks, which by the way is a pity to even have a blackout, today. Okay, we should have no blackouts. Okay, but then you go back to the storage systems and the need for investment, etc. That's a different story that we can discuss. I think when we have our women and men, in the storm having dinner in a restaurant here and the people there giving a round of applause, that's very nice. I think that's why we care about our teams. We care about women and men. We are a very diverse company. I think we're really at the edge right now. We got several awards right now on diversity. That's very important for us as well. So we're trying to do our best in every front. And customers are first. I think to make sure that our systems allows any development from an economic point of view, energy point of view, I think electrification point of view, we are there, and we're here to continue. I think we are, in my opinion, in the right sector at the right time in the last 20 years. I think we're seeing a radical transformation of the world, and it's an honor, to be part of, CMP. It's an honor to be part of Iberdrola, and for me, it's a beautiful thing to see things done in Maine, versus where we arrived, 15 years ago, and we are, as always say, as local as anybody else. Because the important thing is to create jobs, to create economic sustainable development, and we are here to stay. So from that point of view, thank you to everybody, and thank you for inviting us today.
A couple of questions before you leave. You took over during a period of incredible turmoil, really, with interest rates. You've navigated that over, I think it will be June, 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. How would you compare the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act of trying to address these inflationary pressures, interest rate pressures, and do you have any policy recommendations looking to ensure that we continue the progress we've made? You mentioned 500 megawatts of solar, offshore wind, kind of any recommendations that we do for policy to continue to support companies investing in renewables?
I think it's now in March when I was appointed, but technically the other CEO was leaving in 90 days, so that's why June 1st is, but I've been now a couple of years. And it has not been easy. I mean, you were in Massachusetts. If you were to have continued or started, one project in Massachusetts going well and one in Connecticut, today I would be with a 2.8 billion write-off. 2.8 billion. Okay, and that's why I think some people didn't like that we stopped and we didn't continue, but I cannot go backtrack. There is a moment you need to take decisions at the right time. These other people, they criticized me at that time, and maybe they have some losses right now, so I don't like to speak about them, but you see where they are. And that's why these type of situations, the lessons learned many years is interest rates scenarios like these ones, let's take it easy. Okay, that's the lesson learned for many years. The ups and downs in renewables have been linked many times to that. Let's use, for example, the UK companies right now, the regulated businesses. You have many companies with 80% leverage. So think about interest scenarios of 1% versus 5%. So we need to be careful with leverage. We need to be careful with interest rates. I think in terms of energy policy, the message that I have is do not copy the bad things we have in Europe or we have in South America. I think the US, something you usually have, in my opinion, is you respect your presidents. That's not very often the case in Europe and almost anywhere else. Very good in the US, you always reach agreement among the parties. Please continue to do so. I think that's very important, to have that. And one of the things I mentioned about Massachusetts, I think it's very nice to see Governor Healy congratulating Governor Baker or inviting him, to an event, after he left. I think it's very nice. Governor Hochul inviting, Governor Pataki to the state, state speech, whatever you call it in New York, the speech she gave a month ago. I think when you see those dynamics, and you mentioned IRA, Jobs Act, CHIPS Act, you have some of those. But IRA for me, I'm going to tell you, that was something that is needed. All of us need stability, predictability. And when that's given to you, and it's just a period of time, 10 years, where the ITCs, PTCs are there, that's all you need. As I always say, to the Secretary of Commerce, I don't need money to build a factory. I just need a predictable regulatory environment. If you didn't give that to us, we'll put the money. As opposed, many manufacturers give me the money, I build a factory that makes no sense, and that 2, 3, 4 years from now, the factory will shut down. We don't need that. So I think the bipartisan approach right now in some dynamics, permitting, that's one of the things going on right now. Fingers crossed, let's continue, on that path. I think it's what we need. And try, if you were in the White House in the IRA announcement, the whole speech was about abortion and this and that. Why don't enjoy just a little bit the jobs created in the IRA, the tax credits, the benefits for renewables, but you see quickly you go to the fight, those things. And that was a pity for me because that legislation is very positive, and it's not that they give money for free. That's one of the things some people try to say, and that's not true. You saw the All-American, it has a cost. You do All-American, but it's more expensive than not doing All-American. So that's why usually it's neutral, from a cost point of view, some things, but the predictability is what we have been asking for a long time. So that working together at the state level, local level, national level, also very important to get partnership between Europe and the US because we're competing in many things, but we should not be competing in others. I think that those dynamics are important, and we see many signs right now of that happening.
Last question on networks. My membership, always concerned about costs, always looking at the retail rates. As you look across the utilities, across off-grid service territory, is there a state or utility structure that's worked to really allow those grid modernization investments that have enabled some cost-effective deployment of technology? And what is it in Maine that you think we should look to try to advance that for key investments that improve reliability but are mindful of costs?
I think if you review right now, most of the states in the US, most of the countries I can think of, the biggest delta in growth in the electricity bills has been the supply part of the bill, the generation part of the bill. So that's probably for me the first focus. Okay, let's focus there. Is that easy to be solved? No, it's not easy to be solved. Because there was some banding here, the regulation there, in some places very difficult to get permitting, to build anything, even green, renewables. So that's why generation for me is one of the things that needs to be put on the table. There are many examples of things there, across the US. And I think in distribution networks, it's always a political decision. Many people say, that many of the businesses are going to Florida because of taxes. It's not only because of taxes. And it's because there is energy available and the networks are brand new. If things are going to Texas, it's also again not only taxes. You have availability of networks and you have availability of energy. So I think when you think about those things, in the end, it's not us taking the decision. You want economic development, it doesn't come for free. You want to have the networks that allow everything to happen, it doesn't come for free. So it's a decision that has to be taken. What I think is important is, I always give the example, when we have the government control issue here in Maine, I always say, let's put the facts on the table, and not just access to municipalities and other things. Of course, unions, stopping, with collective agreements. There are many reasons, but I always go, also, let's put facts on the table. Now you are a 500,000 municipal-owned utility, and you want to build a substation. Call Hitachi. Any of you call Hitachi, and ask them, when can I get one, and for what price? I think 2035, maybe. Transformers. I think I have a nice picture, Joe and I, in the second last storm, but there are storms 10 times worse than that before, and that's something people also, should, remember. But I think we were walking, around, one of the warehouses, and I saw many poles, and then I saw many transformers, and I was very pleased. And those transformers are coming because we're doing business in Brazil. If not, we will not have those transformers here. So that's why there are many things right now in the supply chain that go beyond. We are probably, with more than 30 million customers, we're probably at the top of GE and Hitachi's and everybody when we want to buy something. And that's why I'm comfortable. We can get transformers almost all the time. We can get, substations. We can get converters. But when you move into other dynamics, it's not there. SAP. I always say, call SAP and say, I want SAP for a 500,000 customer company. What is the cost? Versus 30 million customer company. I think 50% more, 60% more. So that's why the more and more, size, muscle to buy things, to be able to fight, with our suppliers as much as we can, is as important as other things. So that's why it's a combination of things that are going on right now, and I feel comfortable that we are in the right company to try to fight in all those areas.
Well, please join me in thanking Pedro for returning to Maine.
Great. Thank you very much for sticking around. It's been a very interesting day. I'm Phil Shapiro. I'm the former chair of ISO New England. I think that's why I'm here, not because I'm a graduate of Lewiston High School, but just won the state hockey championship. So, be that as it may. So we're finishing up here by talking about market reform, regional market reform. And I have just a couple thoughts before I turn this over to our very distinguished panel. One is, there's a lot of information out there, and this is very complicated stuff, and you can get some of it right here on ISO to go. ISO space TO space GO. You can learn every 5 minutes what's going on with the electric system in New England. Also, ISO-NE.com. Unbelievable information there. Very dense, but also good summaries. ISO Express on the left-hand side, you can see a lot of summary information, really good stuff. This is a very timely meeting because ISO New England recently made a proposal to change the regional capacity market, biggest changes in 20 years. Going from a market that's 3.5 years in advance to just a more current market, and going from an annual market to a seasonal market. And separately, the ISO, and when we talked about this as a panel, we decided we weren't going to go into this in great detail, but the ISO is looking at accreditation. Is 100 megawatts of solar the same as 100 megawatts of hydro or 100 megawatts of nuclear power? We all know that it's not. But what are those differences, and where's the data to give you true information about what capacity is going to be provided by a particular technology in a particular location being served by a particular set of pipelines or other facilities. That's going to be very interesting because it's probably going to lower the capacity amount but increase the dollars of value for each unit of capacity. So anytime you think you understand markets, so you're usually wrong. I have been. So I don't know, maybe everybody else is right, but they're more complicated, more difficult, and less linear than we think when we start to get into them. And one of the things is, historically, we've solved for two equations: reliability and cost. And you can run an auction and come up with the facilities to give you 99.99%. ISO New England is the most reliable electric system in the world over the last 25 years. On the other hand, when you start to ask those markets to take carbon or societal equity issues into account, it becomes much more challenging. Now, ISO New England went through, I think it was almost a 4-year process back in the late teens to try to incorporate carbon into its capacity market. And it came up with an idea, an elegant idea. We had consultants, PhD economists, Chris and many of his friends, working on this in 6 states, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the New England Power Pool, all working on this issue. We came up with a very elegant solution, or so we thought at the time, called Casper, which had a secondary auction. So you would go through the capacity auction in February, and then immediately after, any generator that wanted to retire could retire, and their capacity position could be bought by a subsidized renewables project. Guess what? Nobody showed up. I think, I don't know, Chris, how many megawatts over the last 4 years have changed hands?
I believe it's about 50.
Yeah, and this year it was 0. So, the best laid plans, you know, it was a great idea. And it took so much work. And it provided an environmental benefit, and nobody wanted it. So, to me, that's very humbling, because we had very high expectations. We made some enemies doing this at the ISO board. We did, you know, we sort of took our medicine when we did it. The FERC supported it, NEPL supported it, and nothing happened. So, that's one of the things that make markets so interesting. That I think is, you know, we're going to have a great panel for you right now. So, I'm going to introduce all 3 panelists, and then Chris is going to lead us off. So, from the far end, Chris Geisler is the Director of Economic Analysis for ISO New England. Phil Bartlett is the Chairman of the Public Utilities Commission, and Dan Dolan, a fairly recent but a proud Maine resident now, is President of New England Power Generators. And we're going to start off with Chris.
All right, thank you, Phil, and thank you to everyone for being here. It's a pleasure to speak with you. I'm Chris Geisler from ISO New England. So I was going to just kind of kick things off with just maybe an overview of a couple of the key areas that we're working on, and you can kind of think of it as sort of the ISO recognizes and sees the grid is rapidly evolving, and our objective is to sort of be a partner in that evolution as we move towards a more renewable grid, while also aiming to make sure we design the markets to facilitate both continued reliability as well as the most cost-effective outcomes that we can. And so there's really 2 areas that I wanted to highlight for you all today. So the first one, Phil already teed up, which is sort of an overhaul of our capacity market. For those of you who may not be aware, the capacity market is this sort of long-term market that facilitates the entry and exit of generation into the region. So when we need more generation to meet what we forecast the load will be, the capacity market serves as a vehicle to compensate new resources for coming into the market. And so in the past, we've done this through a kind of a long-term forward market where essentially you have to sell capacity 3 to 4 years before the delivery period. And so that includes existing resources, but also new resources that haven't been built yet. And so that was set up many years ago, and sort of, I think, with a model or really a thinking that, you know, it was designed to facilitate the entry of new fossil fuel resources, because at the time that was really the types of resources that tended to enter. And the 3 to 4 year time frame was really the, you know, about how long it took them to be built. Additionally, the market was really set up with a focus on sort of the hottest summer day, so to speak, when the demand is going to be the highest in the summer. Because 20 years ago, when we were planning the grid, that was really the area that made us most nervous. That was when the reliability tended to be tightest. But as we look at the grid today, we kind of also look ahead. I think the challenges are going to be quite different. So, in one thing we've noticed is if you know, and I think this was alluded to this morning. If you look at the types of generators that are being built today or that are in our interconnection queue, it's generally not fossil fuel resources that maybe have that 3 to 4 year time frame to be built. It's offshore wind, it's onshore wind, it's solar, and it's storage. And those have wildly different sort of cycles in terms of when they, you know, how long they take to be built. But frankly speaking, 3 years is not really a great sort of time frame for any of them, best we can tell. And so based on that, you know, we realized this might be an opportunity or a time to really reconsider whether that 3 or 4 was creating the right sort of timing for price signals. And after studying that question, determined that I actually think moving to a much shorter time frame makes a lot more sense for a number of reasons. And it also gives us a lot more certainty about the types of resources that would actually be there. So instead of having resources saying, well, we'll be there in 3 or 4 years, and then kind of cross our fingers and hope that, you know, everything goes smoothly with the development, we can actually sort of, you know, determine capacity market outcomes based on the resources we actually see. Additionally, we see that there's now, you know, the sort of assumption that really the biggest challenges for reliability or the hottest summer day is one that is unlikely to persist going forward, or at least not in such a sort of such a clear way. Rather, we would expect challenges to occur both in the summer months when it's very hot and maybe it's very high demand, but also as some of the figures shown earlier today demonstrated, we would expect them to occur in the winter months too, and where we're seeing more load from, say, the electrification of heating. Also, as folks here may be aware, there's a number of challenges with respect to natural gas availability for power generation in the winter, so that creates another reason why winter is an area of concern. And then finally, if we think about the types of generation that are coming online, solar, for example, its sort of profile tends to produce a lot more energy in the summer than it does in the winter. So there's also sort of the fact that some of the supply, does not perform sort of equivalently in the summer and winter. And so because of that, we're proposing to move to a seasonal market where we separately procure capacity for, say, the summer and winter seasons, and that will allow us to better sort of, I think, procure the types of resources that we need for each season in the most cost-effective way, and it also just allows us to sort of model and really consider the risks that are specific to the summer versus the winter in our capacity market. And then finally, the accreditation is an area that we're working on a lot as well. In the past, really thought about it through the lens of this hot summer day, how much can you produce? But now, and especially as we see new types of generation, we want to think more about the reliability contributions of different types of technologies. So, does a megawatt of technology A, how does that perform sort of when we're thinking about sort of reliability benefits when compared to a megawatt of technology B? And so we're doing a lot of modeling and consideration there, and that's being addressed through reforms to our accreditation process, with the goal being we want to pay everyone the same amount for their sort of equivalent contributions, and that will tend to produce more cost-effective outcomes. I also wanted to just briefly note another sort of area that we're working on that I think is really important, and it's also, well, it didn't directly come up during earlier discussions, it did feel like it was sort of touched on, which is the need for new and potentially different types of reliability services that may become more important as we see the technologies evolve. And so we can think about things related to the ability to come online or to change one's output very quickly in response to, whether it's, weather events that, change how much solar or wind production is happening at any moment, or other, many other things like that. And so earlier this year, we received approval from FERC for a new type of ancillary services or reliability services that was introduced and kind of discussed with stakeholders over the last several years. And that's an area we continue to work on, and so we're very excited about the opportunities to think about, the ways to harness markets to try to meet many of the challenges that are likely to emerge as the region transitions to a more renewable grid. And so we're very excited to, work on all of this with you, and I look forward to discussing and answering questions as we go.
Thanks very much, Chris. Our next speaker is Phil Barlow.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. When I think about this conversation, I start with trying to imagine kind of where we need to be. What do we need the wholesale regional markets to do in order to accomplish our goals? I think ultimately we need to be able to have regional wholesale markets that are going to procure the kinds of energy we need that are consistent with state policies. So as we are thinking about decarbonizing, bringing on carbon zero resources, how do we create a market that will enable those to get financing so that they are brought on when we need them throughout the region? What we have now is a regional market that just doesn't work well for renewables. I think you've heard a little bit about already. We are largely relying on state contracting, and what's even more challenging is you have in New England 6 different states kind of doing their own thing most of the time. So Maine will go out for procurement for renewables, Massachusetts will, Rhode Island will, and to some extent we end up competing against each other in ways they're not super productive. There have been movements more recently. We have 3 southern New England states who are working together on sort of coordinating the procurements for offshore wind. Recently in Maine, with both the northern Maine renewables and the northern Maine transmission line, and with recent legislation authorizing the procurement of offshore wind, we now have the authority to work with other states in the region as we try to move these projects forward. But still, it's a pretty inefficient way to do it. We are sort of picking out sort of projects and procurements here and there, rather than having a regional market that can provide lowest cost power. So that's kind of where we need to go. I think the work around the reforms around the capacity markets are helpful in a lot of ways, but I don't think it's going to be the fundamental or the answer that we're going to need. Capacity markets, I think, worked really well when we were trying to procure fossil resources. That it clearly did. We brought on a lot of natural gas generating facilities through the wholesale markets and the way they operate. It doesn't work as well for renewables, and there are other attributes we're going to need that are not necessarily reflective of capacity in order to make this clean energy transition happen. So as we go forward, I would expect that there would be perhaps more reliance on ancillary service or other market mechanisms that can reward things like Ratemaking capacity, black start capacity, really thinking about all the different things that we're going to need to keep the system going. And the capacity market will be important, but it may not be the central or the central player in resource capacity. I think we have to think about it broadly, think about it differently, and ultimately come up with the solutions that are going to make the markets work to actually procure what we need. I think if we continue down this road of the states procuring more and more electricity on their own, that's going to make it, I think, much harder for the regional markets to function well. Could end up actually undermining or destroying a lot of what the regional markets are intended to do, and is going to lead to much less efficient outcomes. I think when we've studied this, and ISO studied it, we know that the path we're on is the least efficient option that's out there. So we need to come up with a solution. The problem is the cleanest and easiest solution is one that's not politically palatable in most of the New England states, right? You can add a carbon adder, which would be more reflective, I think, of what the states are trying to do, and let the markets kind of build that in to produce the lowest cost outcomes. We don't see that as something that's not been politically viable for a long time, and there's no reason to think that's going to change. We've talked about forward the energy market, which Patrick led the effort on regional discussion. Again, that's something that is possible, but it's going to take a real heavy lift to figure out how you then meld that with our existing wholesale markets. That creates a lot of challenges. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think I appreciate the work that ISO has been doing to try to move the ball forward, but I think a lot more is going to be done if we're truly going to be procuring the next generation of electricity through wholesale markets as opposed to state contracts.
Thank you, Phil. Dan Dolan.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Phil and Patrick, for putting together this discussion. So quickly, the New England Power Generators Association, we're the organization that represents a little over 90% of the electric generating capacity across the 6 states. So it's every different fuel, technology, resource type to produce that electricity. And in fact, of the over 10,000 megawatts of new generation that has been built over the last 15 years, over 90% of it has been built and developed and financed by our companies as well. It's every different fuel and technology type out there. When we kind of take this step back and look at where we are today and where we're going, I think fundamentally we have to address what is the core responsibility that we collectively have for the system, which is to ensure reliability and the continued high standard, as Phil pointed to over the last 25 years, continues for the next 25 years on that delivery of the bulk system and outside the poles and wires that go directly to the house. The second is price competition, some level of affordability, ensuring that folks can actually pay the bills, and that's true both at the large-scale industrial and commercial level, and certainly at the residential level, and making sure that we get that balance right. And then finally is driving decarbonization and truly using the electricity system as the center of the economy overall in a more integrated, highly electrified economy with transportation and heating, and potentially some industrial purposes relying more heavily on electricity. Getting those 3 legs of the stool right, getting that balance correct, is the incredible challenge that we face that, quite frankly, we haven't seen replicated in any other market in the world. And so we are on the bleeding edge of a lot of this and trying things out that unfortunately have not been stress tested in other places, which is in part where from time to time there are going to be some of those stumbles, some of those wrong guesses. The CAS, for example, being one. And I think we're going to continue to have some of those. And again, then our responsibility is to create as flexible a framework overall that can withstand some of those potential stumbles without locking us in and creating massive consequences either from a cost or reliability or an emission standpoint. Within that, while I think the fundamental rewrite of the capacity market rules that are embedded in a potential move from a forward market to a more prompt seasonal one are going to get a lot of the headlines in the wonky news outlets that we all read every morning, I actually think a more fundamental commercial impact is going to come in that capacity accreditation bucket of how are we specifically allocating the dollars to the resources that provide the reliability attributes that are actually necessary to keep the lights on and ensure adequate capacity on the system. That is, I think, the most important element of these future market designs overall. I completely agree we need to look, use the reserve market enhancements that are now approved as the starting point, not the end point, of building out that reserve market as we see a more variable system, both in terms of the supply having variability, but also demand having enormous variability as we further integrate an electrified economy. But my last point here is maybe to try and take us a little bit more optimistic path. I actually think, specific to the state of Maine and the economic outlook here, this is an enormous opportunity. Maine historically has been a net exporter of electricity to the rest of the New England system. That will continue. And particularly as we look at land use, the opportunity for certain resource types to continue to develop and build in Maine, create some of the jobs and the tax base within this community, and support then some more of those larger scale industrial and manufacturing opportunities in a place in which reliability is going to become more important. To be the resource base where that supply exists is a huge opportunity that creates opportunities regionally, both in terms of the price, where it was noted in an earlier presentation that comparative to the other New England states, Maine historically has had lower retail electric rates. I believe that will continue as well. But also that reliability component, particularly on the manufacturing end, becomes even more important. And sitting closer to the generation site is going to have a value overall. And so I would argue that while we are figuring all this out, and there are going to be enormous challenges as we continue through this transition, it does offer real economic opportunity for those of us, I now get to say, in Maine.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start off with a few questions, but if we could see if there are questions in the audience, that would be great too. And a couple of observations. I think one of the things that is very interesting is, in general, when people think about the electric system, people think about energy. In general, when you talk about markets, there's a relatively simple energy market. There's nothing simple about the capacity market. I don't know, Chris, how thick the book is now, but if you got a 3-year-old, they can see over the table with that, with the regulations for the capacity market. And one of the reasons why in 2015 the ISO Board of Directors came out in support of carbon pricing was it is incredibly simple. We can all explain it to our next door neighbor. It is very simple. You say, if you're producing this much carbon, here's the price per ton of carbon. You pay those extra dollars if you're producing carbon. If you're not producing carbon, you get those extra dollars. It's a net neutral to the consumer. The problem is, back somewhere, somebody called it a carbon tax. And therefore, I think the 12 or 15 New England governors since then, not one of them's really come out directly and said, yeah, we can do it with pricing carbon, because everybody sees it as an incremental rather than a net carbon price. And for a while, we at the ISO said, we're going to start calling it net carbon pricing. There's going to be no additional cost to the consumer. Money will come from a dirty oil or coal or natural gas plant, and it will go to a clean solar or wind facility, and it still didn't work. But that's how we used to start every meeting with the public utility commissioners for a decade. Well, we wouldn't have to be talking about additional auctions and substitutions and so on and so forth. So it is clean, it is not expensive, it's easy to understand and administer, but it ain't happening right now, unfortunately. I've got a couple of questions here. One, Chris, what we do at ISO New England is pretty complicated. Can you talk about sort of how, what level of communication there is from ISO New England on how the system works and reliability issues and opportunities for, like ISO to go, for sort of
happy to. So ISO New England, we are the organization that runs the wholesale electric grid for the 6 New England states. As part of that, we design the wholesale electricity markets as well. We are, because there's interstate commerce, we are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Committee, or FERC, down in DC. And so that we go to great lengths to try to be as transparent as we can in terms of the work we are doing, and so that folks understand it, and also so that as we're doing the work, we can get feedback, and oftentimes that feedback is incredibly informative and helpful in guiding us in doing that work. And so we have a number of different sort of ways and forums in which we communicate information to both stakeholders, market participants, but also the public more generally. So we have a number of sort of committees and technical working groups that we administer, and so where the materials are all that are discussed at these meetings are available to the public, and so those you can find at the ISO website, so iso-ne.com. And then we also, as Phil said, we provide a lot of information about sort of the state of the grid at any period of time. So there's actually kind of a color-coded map that shows energy prices every 5 minutes, where green means things are pretty normal, red means, it's kind of a crazy day. And then we also have a lot of materials for folks who want to learn more. We run a number of different training programs that run anywhere from, some of them are webinars online, if you want to learn more about how to participate in our markets. Others are a week-long training course that really walks through all of our wholesale markets and gives a summary of the sort of both the logic conceptually, as well as all the mechanics and sort of practicalities. So we have a lot of materials there also available on our website, where I think if you would Google sort of ISO training courses, that would come up. And so we also have, there's many ways to communicate with us. We have external affairs group that engages a lot with the public, and also when questions come in, they kind of help us. They find the experts and help facilitate discussion to resolve questions or confusion about things. So we take great pride in our sort of our outreach with the community, and with especially folks who are particularly interested in kind of things related to the energy markets and the transmission system and all of that. So look forward to continued dedication. I think it will only become more important as we see this kind of the grid evolving in the future.
Thanks, Chris. Phil, could you talk a little bit about sort of what the scope of the state role would be as far as markets? I mean, I know there's comments in there, but are there regulatory things that can be done at the state level that can either try out things at the local level before they're done at the region or national level, or things that can make that those markets possibly work a little bit better?
Well, I think one of the things that the states are looking at right now is how to develop more comprehensive retail demand response programs. I think a lot of the work that ISO has been doing is showing sort of our risks around reliability, have shown that it's often a matter of a limited number of hours over a 21-day period that we really need to solve for. And demand response can play a very important role. So in the states, the group of New England commissioners from all states are working together to look at demand response from both two perspectives. One is to come up with something to address the wind reliability issue. So how can we sort of pull together a retail program that could then dovetail with the wholesale markets to help support it, to deal with those wind reliability, those moments where you really need to just get rid of some demand over a 21-day period. And then secondly, looking at how do we significantly reduce the peaks. The ISO New England did a study that the states have requested, looking at the long-term, called the 2050 study, looking at the transmission needs that are going to be needed if we're going to bring on all the renewables and all the DERs, and have the demand growth that we expect from beneficial electrification. And it showed, of course, a huge amount of growth in demand at exorbitant cost. What they also found is that if we can reduce the peak demand by about 10%, we can save 30 to 40% of the cost. And that's billions of dollars in savings for consumers. So I think demand response is one place where I think that retail programs could really help to complement a wholesale program. And then we need to work with ISO to figure out, okay, as we're doing that, how do we kind of effectively move that, whether it's through virtual power plants or some other means, to get benefits out of the wholesale market. I think there's also things that we could do around testing out sort of some of the optionality that storage provides on the system. There may be programs that we can develop by supporting them on the distribution system that can help us to learn about what we can get out of them when it comes to some of the reliability sort of at the regional level.
Yeah, I think when you see those straight lines on cost, it assumes that it sort of stays a dumb system from every level. You know, the grid, the consumer, the company, and it doesn't have to be that way. So there's I think, huge potential there. Dan, one of the things that is interesting about the capacity of the system is that there are a large number now of generators in New England that only operate 50, 100, 200 hours a year. And you know, when you're thinking on the one hand, when you say, well, we've still got a coal plant in New England, in Merrimack, New Hampshire, we got to shut that plant down. I have no problem with that, but understand that the plant only operated for 40 hours last year. So, relatively speaking, it might have been the cleanest plant in New England because it didn't operate. It was sitting there as a reserve in case something goes wrong. And given how much uncertainty there is for external reasons that are external to the electric system, within the natural gas supply regime for the 6 New England states, can you talk about how life has changed for some of these generators who were built as some of them as peaking plants, but some of them as baseload plants 40, 50, 60 years ago, and now they're what keeps the lights on when it gets below 10 degrees because there isn't enough natural gas to run the system.
Yeah, so I think, Dan Burgess stole an ISO slide that I steal all the time, showing the change over the last 20 years on was the fuel resource mix, and we went from a much more coal and oil heavy system to one in which, as Phil noted, last year, we just ran the numbers for 2023, less than 0.5% of all the megawatt hours came from coal and oil facilities across the system. And yet, putting aside the Merrimack station for a moment, we do see oil on a much more distributed basis as a high capacity number, but a low megawatt hour number. And so what that means is there is the capability to lean heavily on the oil units during certain periods of time in which we do really need them. One of the more notable examples was December 24th, 2022, in which we had some severe weather, as frankly most of Eastern North America did, and we used a lot of oil to keep the lights on and actually create a price cap on the market as natural gas prices were exploding. I think that's going to continue to be the case for quite some time. And what those types of facilities show is a little bit, there are a ghost of Christmas future here of what a lot more resources on the system are going to have to look like. We're going to need virtually every existing megawatt that is online today for the next couple of years, for the next couple decades, as we then almost double the amount of supply that comes on the system, almost entirely in the form of new clean and renewable megawatts coming on because of the explosion of demand. And a lot of those existing fossil resources are going to run a whole lot less than they do today, but counterintuitively, they're going to become even more important societally from a reliability perspective. because while they're going to run for very few hours, those hours when they do run become even more important on the system, because those are the hours in which the sun isn't shining, the wind isn't blowing, and we've already discharged the 2 or 4 hour batteries and can't recharge them because there's not excess energy on the system. That is when we're going to need those more peaking types of units. On the one hand, that creates enormous engineering and operational challenges, because these are really big, complicated machines that most of them were not built to turn on and off, particularly in extreme temperatures. And so we are doing a tremendous amount of work on the back end at a lot of those facilities to try and do some of the upgrades that are necessary. We also see some mandatory reliability standards coming at the not just national but North American level on a lot of that. And then secondly, our financing mechanisms, the actual markets, are not designed to support that level of peaking capacity, peaking resources, and trying to capture an annual revenue requirement in a handful of hours. And this is really, really, really nerdy stuff, but it's going to be really, really, really important as we transition the system overall.
Thanks, Ian. And Chris, we just finished the capacity market in February, and it was about $3.58 or $3.59. And that translates, I just did this back of the envelope, so I'm probably wrong, but about $1.3 billion, is that, or is it, am I off there?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
And just to give context, all of the markets together in New England typically, for at the wholesale level, it's usually about, I'd say, $15 to $20 billion. So it's a big number, but it's also, say, maybe 10% of total revenues. The energy market, so payments for actual piece for megawatt hours of energy produced, is where the bulk of the payments stem from.
So it was basically procured 31,000 megawatts or so at $3.59 per kilowatt month. So it ends up being 1.3 billion. It's a lot of money, and that keeps, when you think about that oil plant that's operating 100 hours a year, their capacity payment is what keeps them, that's what pays their taxes and their personnel costs and their fuel costs. They could not pay any of those costs if they just had the revenue from the energy market for 100 hours. They'd close the door tomorrow. So there has to be some sort of recognition of that capacity role in addition to energy. And one of the other things, and I'm just going to throw this out, it's not quite on topic, but we're getting towards the end, so a little filler here, but the ISO has overseen about, and I'm probably a little out of date here, but $14 billion worth of investment in transmission to facilitate these markets over the last 20 years. Much of that was done because the ISO was formed in 1997, and there were 6 states running their own things with their own companies, and those 6 states weren't tied together. So somebody in Connecticut could be paying 11 cents for energy from natural gas, and somebody in Maine could be paying 3 cents for nuclear power, back when we had it in Wisconsin. And there was no way to get the power from Maine to Connecticut. So there was something called congestion pricing, and it was between $500 million and $1 billion a year that people paid because they couldn't get the cheapest energy. So we designed a whole upgrade to the transmission system of all 6 states to in order this power to go more like sort of a spider web, to go across state lines, across, from one company to another company. And it was very, very successful. We've gone a number of years, I don't know exactly what happened this past year, with 0 congestion. That basically the price at the hub is very, very close. If you look at the app, prices within a 10% or less Maine, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, that it's very fungible. On the other hand, the next challenge for the transmission system will be to connect, it used to be, you've got a place where a lot of people live, you build a power plant right next to it, it's in South Boston, it's in Everett, it's whatever, you got no cost of transmission, it's just right there, you plug it in and people use it. Now, where are you going to look for land for solar? Well, it's not going to be in the suburbs of Portland, it's going to be somewhere a long way away that needs a lot of transmission. Same thing for wind. Land's expensive in the big cities, it's not so expensive, out in Rangeland. So, well, except now there's a ski area, it's going to get a little expensive up there too. So, the whole transmission facilitation of markets in the system, I'm just wondering if any of you would like to step in on that.
I would say it's a huge issue, and I think as we're trying to bring on renewables, it's one of the biggest challenges, because essentially you've got to be procuring the cost of that transmission with the renewables. It's not necessarily getting spread around through the region. I think to tackle this, the states are working together on sort of a new proposal to, as I mentioned before, we did this long-term transmission study, the 2050 study, and now we're starting to look at, okay, how do we build some of the stuff that we need to enable the offshore wind to come on, renewables in Maine, to get out of Maine, and all of those things. And so we are working on currently a tariff through ISO New England that will essentially allow for regional cost allocation for some of those non-strictly reliability upgrades. So recognizing that there is a need to bring on, there are a lot of significant non-reliability benefits that you get that can be factored into that equation. And so our hope is that that will enable a lot more of the transmission to support the renewable generation we need to come online. Because it's not sustainable. I mean, in Maine, we were trying to procure the line to northern Maine, and then renewables will put on it. That's an awful lot of money. We're talking a huge amount of money for the state of Maine to be bearing on our own, when that line is going to have enormous regional benefits, both in terms of some of the reliability issues, but also in terms of bringing on some lower cost energy. So that's absolutely the crux of what needs to happen. The states are working on it collectively, but we did, and this goes back to the problem of the states individually trying to do all this contracting. We're not getting the most efficient generation coming on, the most efficient transmission links to make it possible.
So I'd be remiss talking to a business group and not point out that while we have been enormously successful in building out the transmission system, and New England does have the lowest amount of congestion in its electricity market of any market in the United States, we have also seen the wholesale transmission costs in this region explode more than 800% over the last 15 years. Over that same period of time, the wholesale energy supply portion has gone down 60%. And so what you're seeing is, when I grew up in this industry, a roughly 70-30 split on an average residential consumer's bill, 70% energy supply, 30% transmission and distribution and public policy, to now a flip of roughly 60% of those costs, transmission and distribution and public policy, and 40% made up by energy supply. We need transmission. We need to have that delivery system. It's the roads and bridges of how we deliver our product to market. But there also needs to be a little bit of a recognition as we're looking at the trade-offs, the cost benefits, and the prices that people pay of what is actually driving the overall cost to consume electricity in this region.
More sharp that one, Chris? Are you okay?
Okay, they said what I.
All right. Any question up there?
Thank you very much. To Mr. Geisler, there's possibly more related to the market structure, but when a group of distributed energy projects, solar projects put together by the utility and it's creating a cluster study, we are essentially the red-haired stepchild inside the system of ISO New England. And even though I'm in one of those cluster studies right now, We've been pushed back 3 times by QPs coming in, which are valid projects. What was the original idea by not giving a cluster equal rights to QP entry to the ISO? And why are they pushed back when everything today is about velocity of getting the projects moving forward and the speed to move forward? So why do we lose our rights and get pushed back?
So unfortunately, I'm not an expert on the sort of the cluster study queue process, so I can't give you a really specific answer to sort of exactly the kind of the original intent. But I can tell you that it is an area the ISO is looking carefully at and has been working, I think, actively with stakeholders on. And some of that is sort of, and actually we sort of anticipate significant changes to that process and consistent with a recent order from FERC, order 2023. So I know we're working through that, and with the aim being to sort of reform that process, I think make it sort of to improve the efficiency for all types of resources, including not just sort of larger projects, but also some of the smaller projects that are, so to try to hopefully kind of create or reduce some of the lags or the sort of potential challenges that developers are facing. So we've heard that feedback, and that's an area that I think we're actively working. So I appreciate the comment, but unfortunately I can't get into the details just because I'm not sort of a transmission engineer who knows all of the sort of kind of how that plays out.
Well, it's more on it's not so much on the transmission study. I come in with a cluster study, and that group was established on January 1. Project might come in on May 15th from New Hampshire, and it's a 70 megawatt wind project. That's impacting our area. We lose our position. That New Hampshire project is allowed to jump ahead, and we're bumped back until that study is finished. So it's not so much the engineering, but the George Orwell effect. All animals are equal, and some are more equal than others. And the projects get pushed back. In the case of the cluster study that I have one project in, there's 13 projects, each after spending the guts of $200,000 to get this far. And now that, it'll evaporate, essentially. So I think this is where there's a disparity in there that, if it can be corrected, or if there's some logic attached, would be wonderful. And one final question, Keith, for Chairman Bartlett. Is there any mechanism you have within the arsenal of tools that allow you to go out, and I kind of brought this up earlier today, right now we've artificially low natural gas prices. Can you go out and buy a strip of energy for like 5 years or something like that for the state? Is there something you can do with these incredibly low numbers right now?
I mean, so in terms of, our procurement authority is largely around, has been largely around renewables. We do have some authority through a standard offer procurement process. We procure the standard offer procurement to all customers every year. So I suppose in theory, if natural gas prices are low, could you potentially get some sort of a futures contract? Maybe. To support that, but it'd be challenging, and part of it is we have to look at it from a ratepayer risk perspective, and whether that's likely to prove to be a good value or not. So, I think we're looking at things we can do the standard offer that may provide a little bit more flexibility in how we do the procurement. I'm not sure it's quite getting at what you were talking about, though, and
just on that earlier conversation on PPR issues, commodity buying is one of the opportunities they identify. So maybe under standard offer, you have a reserve of 15% that if you can go less than so much or whatever the price was, they can go out and they can capture that for that period, or whatever period it is. But I don't know if there's some mechanism, because the market has become so fast and fluid.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes down to if the utility itself is doing it, the procurement, So if we go back to sort of pre-deregulation, where the utilities are out there doing the procurement of resources, then they are participating actively in the market all the time, and they have the flexibility to do that sort of thing. If we were to be doing it in Maine, it would be sort of being done through the commission, and it would be a pretty heavy lift, I think, for us to be sort of trying to play in the markets on a regular basis.
I think part of the practicality also is from a financing standpoint. Let's say you go out and you buy that strip, you're going to, unless you can take physical delivery and hold and store it somewhere locally, you're going to be paying a pretty healthy premium on that option value of locking in that price to then deliver it to you in whatever is that future period of time, where the larger constraint in New England is less the physical commodity itself and the transportation of the delivery in those moments of need. And so unless we unlock that delivery constraint, either through storage or doing something that I don't think is going to get done anytime soon, of opening up more delivery into the region, I actually don't think even trying to lock in that price now is actually going to solve the issue of creating that commodity at the price levels today at some future point, whereas the expectation is the prices rise. Because the commodity seller is going to have that same view, unless you're willing to take their risk off their hands. And now again, we're playing the market in a way that I don't think is going to work.
It's possible, Dan, that this could become a strategy after accreditation for someone who has a very suspect supply to lock in a supply for a longer period of time relative to a competitor. It might increase the how much they can be accredited for, but it would also increase their cost basis.
No doubt, and yet even in those long-term supply arrangements, at least today, the commodity portion is floating, right? You're largely planning for the delivery. The commodity cost risk is something you wear, and then there are other products that you can go out into the market, either an IMAX future or some other financial hedge, to try to protect yourself a little bit, but you're not going to be able to lock in the price today for delivery 5 years.
Right. I think we're just about there now. Thank you all very much, and thank you very much for listening.
Well, I want to thank the panelists of the regional market reform. If there's one kind of summary that I have, is you have to understand one topic in energy, whether it's storage, renewables. You really have to be aware of each connection. All of these issues are interconnected. We started with Dan's discussion about some progress, the heating oil market, but what we've done over the last 10 years is progress. How to be thoughtful about rate design, how rate design needs to be thought of on the retail side. I was really encouraged about hearing the demand side discussion. You're hearing that at the New England level through the commissioners, but also what we're doing at Efficiency Maine Trust and thinking about how WEX is working with a whole new market with electric vehicles, what's emerging to have a real demand side response to real-time market dynamics. Nice to hear the Pedro Azaga assessment of deployment of renewables. That has been a choppy tenure. I remember when he came in, and just the outlook of renewables changed on its head almost within 3 months, and what that has done for disrupting our state energy goals. And then hearing, I'm really encouraged what the ISO is doing with the seasonal market, the accreditation, getting more sophisticated about targeting capacity markets and price signals, and then also starting to think about if we do see that electric demand starting to show up, how do we create the signals for deployment of new resources in New England at a level that we really haven't seen before. So I really want to thank the sponsors that made this possible, WEX, and all the Central Maine Power, all those that are making this possible today with Unitil. In conclusion, the Maine Chamber wants to be a partner in all of this. I think we need to be thinking about how to use markets to achieve decarbonization goals. I think the thing that I'd say has really changed, Phil, is, 10 years ago, the states were on different levels of ambition. There's more alignment now. And I think in that respect, I think the Maine Chamber wants to be thoughtful that if we are all in agreement that these need to be the goals, we really should look at the most efficient means to achieve them. I'm going to be working with my counterparts in the other states because I do think the business community can be that voice to bring the economies of scale, the auctions that have worked for capacity markets in thinking about decarbonization. With that, I think we can conclude. Please thank me in making a great day possible for all of you here today.